Welcome back to the final day of RPG Limit Break 2018, sponsored by Twitch, raising money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. In just a few minutes, we're going to be going for an interview with our runner of Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Bowie the Hero, and after that, our next run will be Mario and Luigi, partners in time, with Snoion and GhostKing. All right, we'll wait for that. We have a $75 anonymous donation. Miss you guys. Put this towards I See the Light during Kingdom Hearts. I want to hear those sweet harmonies. We have a $10 anonymous donation. Missed the last few events live, but have some time off work, so it's time to donate. Thanks to all involved for the great event. My sister is a psychiatric nurse here in the UK, so I had to show support for such a worthy cause, especially when Bowie is playing one of my favorite RPGs. Gormlot am Bith, Gormlot forever. Are we ready? All right, we're going to throw it over to our interview with Bowie the Hero.
How's it going, Spike?
Going good, Bowie. How you doing, man?
I'm tired. That run takes a lot out of you, and that run particularly took a lot out of me as well.
I imagine, yeah. It seems like quite the journey having to get up. We tried to delay the marathon a little bit, so you at least
Thank you
got
so
up
much
at,
indeed,
like,
dude.
breakfast. Yeah, it was all me.
Yeah, the first time the schedule changed, and originally it was like at 5 a.m. Then I was told it was 3:30. I was just like,
Why?
I don't know what 3:30 is.
I asked you this during the pre-show we had. This was a week ago now at this point.
Oh, wow.
Basically, man, it's crazy how the week has just kind of flown by from Limit Break. I asked you about this. Was Xenoblade Chronicles 2 one of those games that kind of building up to the release that you said, oh, I'm running that? Oh, without a doubt.
It's definitely one of those ones that I was like, this is definitely on my list. I mean, obviously, watching it, I could kind of see how, how much I was going to enjoy it and how it kind of called back to Xenoblade Chronicles 1. And I don't know, I was in that period where I was looking for a newer game to run as well. And I was thinking like this could be the one. And I think when I played it and completed it, because I mentioned obviously I was lucky enough to have that kind of the early access to it, so I could get into that quite early on.
Sure.
I went when it came out. I was kind of like, well, this is the way that I'm really interested to get involved with looking at it. And that's kind of when I joined in with Aeon, Frodo, and Gedrith for, as I said, that first skeleton run, and it was definitely this is a game I want to get in on. Yeah,
so when you look for your speed games, is there something in particular that I guess hooks you that you found? Like, what is it about Xenoblade that made you go, oh yeah, this is the one?
I think mainly when it comes to the games I pick for my run, it's about my connection to them.
Sure.
I mean, there are some games that I run that are terrible speed runs, like absolutely shocking.
Sure.
Things that you just look at and go, no. I mean, I even submitted one, Shining the Holy Ark. If you don't know too much about my preferences for games, I'm a big fan of Camelot Software Planning, who made Golden Sun, and I adore all of their RPGs. Shining the Holy Ark is a brilliant RPG, brilliant game, but it is a never run it. It's 9 hours long and it's 4 hours of grinding. Never run it. But I just love I love playing the game so much. If I'm enjoying playing the game, I don't care how long the run is or how difficult it is. It's just,
yeah.
I love it. There are things that I have my preferences with. Like there are runs that are so incredibly technical or so specific, but they're not my style.
Sure.
But generally, if I love a game and I have that connection, it'll be there. It's why things like Final Fantasy Adventure and Illusion of Gaia are right there.
Sure.
That's a good game. Get it?
Yeah, you might not be able to tell. Illusion of Gaia, it is a incredibly very good game. That's always I feel like the recommendation I try to give people when what should be my first speed game? Just make sure you love it, because you are going to get very intimate with that game.
And
spend many hours.
One of those loves where you hate it but you love it still. The game will punish you. The games that you love, and it's just you have to be able to bounce back from that. It's like games you truly love are the best ones because it gives you a whole new way to play them as well in that new vein.
Sure. So with this game being so new, obviously it's not one of those you come in and they're just, all right, here's the guide, here's how you're going to be able to run it. Did you find that you did a lot, you were really part of the routing process, and do you have a passion for that aspect of speedrunning? Because there's people there are glitch hunters, there are runners, there are routers. Where do you find you fall in that?
I have never done it before. This is in terms of like bare bones from scratch. I've never routed a game, so it was kind of I really wanted to do that. And it was kind of nice because, as I said, I was working with a couple of people doing it, and for the most part, I mean, when NL came along, again, a very good content creator, and pulled out some key. Was very intelligent when it came to battle strategies, and utilizing the elements that the blades have. I was kind of like at that. I kind of put out that first run, that 10.5-hour run, and went, this is how we get through the game. Let's see what we can do. And we all pushed together and worked together, and we got it down to about the 6:11 I think I had before I went for 2 years. 2 months.
I was like, how has the game been out for?
What year is it? Like, oh god, I'm drunk. But I was gone for 2 months, and I come back and the run's an hour faster, and it's now like as I said, the record's I think 4:48, which is. I mean, my PB is 5:30. I didn't have enough time to really get a handle. Some of the strats that I was doing today are the newer stuff, and I just don't have that in my blood. That thought process is not in that muscle memory yet.
Sure.
So, I'd be able to throw out old strats like nobody's business, but they just don't have that depth and that, that potential.
Do you have some shout-outs you want to throw out for if people want to watch some runs, like whether you're going to keep working on it or other people to see those runs?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I mentioned it at the end of my run as well, but the community's working really, really hard. Gren and Tort are 2 runners who are going, hammer and tongs right now for it. Doc Mob's one of those guys who just sits in the shadows and just practices and roots his own stuff, and then comes out and just smashes the run. It's just like, look at this. So like those 3, whenever indeed Doc does stream, but Gren and Tort are always kind of working towards it. That's Gren with like 5 underscores, and then Tort. I think it's just Tort, Tortalius. It could be. He's Tort on one of them, and he's Tortalius on the other. Discord or Twitch, not sure. But
just keep searching, you'll find it eventually. Sure.
I know that Aeon Frodo wants to get back into it. As I said, she's the New Game Plus world record holder for XC1. And I will keep working on it. I know that. I mean, when I came back from my 2-month break, I came back and just no life it, but I played nothing but this game for a long time, and I need to just take a moment.
Of course.
I'll put you to the side. Now I might, start grinding something for a little bit, and then I'll come back to it when I'm ready. But my goal is definitely at least sub 5, and that'll definitely happen. Hopefully this year. I have a bet with someone at home actually who was saying, you got 3 months. I'm like, oh great, okay, cool. Oh god. So I'll try and do.
Is this
my
bank
best.
account on the line?
No, not bank account. Something else, but
somehow worse. I want to talk to you a little bit about that, though. We've seen you now at countless marathons. A lot, we've seen you Shining Force 2, Xenoblade we just saw. I've seen you Onimusha, Final Fantasy Adventure. You've had a lot of great marathon runs. If you had complete control over marathons here in the future, what would you like to be your next appearance, your next showcase? Oh, baby, the one and only.
This is Illusion of Gaia, and it's my first ever speedrun that I learnt. It's a game that I'm again one of those ones that I just adore. Illusion of Gaia would be the one I would want to get in. It didn't make it this year. It's one of those things that I'm thinking it's definitely one of those strong contenders for next year. I'm going to keep pushing it. I'm one of the only 2 in the world to have sub 2 in any percent. And I think that myself and Hulk, the guy who has the record, I think we could put on a great show, and I'd love to race him in person.
I was about to say, you want to see a race, not a co-op.
Absolutely. I want to race him. Absolutely. Because he's human, much to the disagreement of others.
A lot of people probably don't know about the Hulk. He is to Super Nintendo what, I don't know, like people like Toad is to... what TASBot is to TAS,
he's a very, very good runner, and I would love to share that stage and run that game with him for sure.
Absolutely. Well, I look forward to it, man. I would want to put you up there. My last question for you is I don't want your ego to, expand too much, but
I am an actor. It's already up there.
You're really, really good up there. You're really good on stage. You're really good at the commentary, like being able to do the run at the same time. For anybody out there, because I think about someone like Yoshizilla, who I interviewed earlier in the week, that the last time he 17 years old, like he was just watching Almo doing a run of 1,000 Year Door a couple years ago. Now he's the one up there doing it. What would be your biggest recommendation or tips, I guess, for people out there? This is how I would go about building a marathon run.
That's an incredible question, actually.
Sorry to dump it on you.
No. It's interesting and it's important. Commentary is so important to these runs, because like these runs are not about being the fastest.
Sure.
I'm not sitting there going, it was 6:06 that run. Oh, it was a terrible run. I feel like okay, things went wrong, but and Malos 2 was not being nice to me. But like these runs are just a way to showcase what the run can be, good and bad. And you have to be prepared for those. I think keep running. If you're practicing for a marathon run, no reset. Just don't just do like 10 runs and just don't reset, because we're so used to sitting there and just going nope, nope, nope,
Nope,
nope,
nope.
nope, and just until we get the best run. That's what we do. But the more you get used to the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, the more you'll understand about the run and about the game and what you're actually trying to do and what you can do. And this is why I love RNG in games, is because they make you as a runner stay on your toes. You have to react. You have to. The game fights back. You have to wrestle it under control and beat it. And learning that is very important. When it comes to commentary, I think it's about being clear and concise. What do you need to say? What do you want to say? Need to say always comes first. And then you just add that kind of texture and that depth to the commentary by adding in little bits of interesting pieces. I think it's very unique with RPGs that we have to talk about story as well. Apologies if I'm speaking fast. I have a very fast manner of speech, which is terrible because
I love it.
I have a stutter as well, so I'm just like I just barrel into my own mouth.
There's a reason why we keep having you back. You're fine.
Well, that's very good. But I don't know. It's if you know, I don't have a script or anything for it, but the more runs you do with no reset, the more you kind of understand what needs to and has to be said, as I was talking about.
Sure.
And I think. I don't know. This is maybe, I guess, the more obnoxious side of my commentary is that I like to kind of explore the English language, which sounds so like idiotic, doesn't it? Like, oh, my lexicon is very diverse and I have a wonderful vocabulary. But it's like I don't know. It's like if you can find different and interesting ways to explain yourself, it makes a very engaging commentary.
Yes.
I think that, this is why the commentators out there who we enjoy either bring such energy and a real character to commentary, or are so precise with the words that they choose and how they want to present themselves and the run, that those are the ones that engage. Those are the ones that bring you in and go, wow, this is so exciting.
Mm-hmm.
It may not always be the most accurate in terms of, it might not cover everything, but it's engaging. And I think being able to find that style, find your voice, and be able to express yourself in a way that only you can, I think is very important.
I've been doing marathon commentary for years now. I'm going to take that tip as well. I have like 12 words in my vocabulary. Half of them I can't say on a charity event. So
I know that you'll go to his my Lanta.
That's a good fallback one.
Yeah.
Oh my Cheez-Its, dude.
Yeah.
Well, Bowie, once again, man, always a pleasure having
Nice.
you. Another wonderful run by you. Guys, we are sadly at the end of the week. We have 3 marathon runs left for you guys. We got set up there, Mario and Luigi, Partners in Time. After that, we got Chrono Trigger. Yeah, woo! Yeah, there it is. I asked GhostKing to get us back on schedule to come in 3 hours and 44 minutes under estimate. So it was 4 hours before he took off like 14 of those minutes. So, but yeah, I want to remind you guys, though, we do have a bunch of prizes for you guys that are available during this. If you can get into the drawing, you can get into the drawing for them. E-Mister threw down a bunch of prizes. If you donate $10, you're in the drawing for all of these. But yeah, just throwing them out. Mario and Luigi, there's a figurine set, a Mario and Luigi hat set, a Mario and Luigi wall clock, a Mario and Luigi set of wallets. Bunch of cool prizes. If you donate at least $10 during the course of this run, you'll be into the drawing for them. Make sure you get in. And guys, I see that number right above me. Dude, all right, yeah, right there. 123,135. We can get to 200,000. I really do believe that, not just making stuff up. $200,000 by the end of the night, by the end of Kingdom Hearts 2. Let's see it, guys. Have fun. Yeah.
You can go off now. I don't know.
We're contractually obligated to sit here until it transitions.
There we are.
All right, welcome to RPG Limit Break 2018. In just a couple of minutes, we'll be up with Mario and Luigi, Partners in Time by GhostKing and Snoion. And without further ado, I will hand it over to GhostKing and Snoion for Mario and Luigi, Partners in Time.
Welcome. This is Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, the second game in the Mario and Luigi series. So with me I have my pal Snoion. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yo, I'm Snoion.
And on the back couch we have... I don't think I could hear Migu through the mic.
We should switch the
Oh yeah, we're gonna need to switch the screens. The bottom screen is the main screen. The top one's kind of not that useful.
Okay, I can hear myself now. Hey, Migu. Yeah.
Okay, I can hear them.
now.
I can
All
hear
right.
them well now.
All right, we're good.
Game audio should be good. So on the couch we have this again, and
I'm Altabiscuit, and I started to learn this game, but I'm mostly known for Superstar Saga.
come on, guys. Yeah, we're gonna need to swap the screens because the bottom screen is the one that's the small one, and we need the bottom one to be the big one. So, yeah.
Well, while we get that figured out, I'll just give us a couple of donations here. We have $20 from Zalabag Biovla. My apologies for butchering that pronunciation. I wanted to pay for something a few months ago, but was told to donate to charity, and RPG Limit Break immediately came to mind. On behalf of Journey of the Five, thank you for the event, and thank you, Elric and crew. We have $15 from Pasta Cat. Thanks for running a great marathon. We have $10 from Zerake. Hi from France, and good luck. RPG Limit Break 2018 is coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and NAMI have maintained focus to that day.
Shoutouts to 400 balloons in the room. I guarantee you, there's gonna be like when the staff on site here are looking to like clean this place up after the event. They're gonna find just like 1 or 2 balloons in here. I was like, how the heck did this get here?
While all of our donation incentives for our next run have been met, there still are several incentives for our last 2 runs for the day, such as the Wondershot finish on Lava's Core for Chrono Trigger, the next run, which is currently at $7,681.54 out of $10,000.
Named Luca Magus.
There's a couple of those names going around. Named
like
Marley, Luca.
It's like Bravely Default RPG Limit Break 2016 all over again. Anim A, Anim B, Anim C.
At least you can't name them all Jeff.
That's true.
It won't let you. It's the music of angels.
Sounds like a toy box. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, that's music to my ears. Would you stop that?
Mood music.
All right, we have $10 from Tiny Tim 78. Hi all. Loved the XBC2 run. Bowie was just amazing and excellent commentary. Good luck on the Mario and Luigi run, Snoion, and my man GhostKing. Cheers.
Lo-fi anime beats to sleep to. I don't know where that meme started. Yeah, this isn't the best screen for that. This is the way they come up on the 3DS. It's actually really clever how it looks. Like, it looks seamless.
I never looked at those, the rings in the album.
I mean, I've always used a DS capture card, which has the two screens as separate processes.
We have $5 from Kirby Master. Kirby here. $5 goes to our awesome host's choice, especially if he puns. Well, it's not as though I have a choice in the matter. Also, Chad better prepare their baby rage in this run.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
We get to $125,000. We'll mute the game audio for 5 seconds. But it'll be
That doesn't sound like a sound decision to me.
Believe me, there's one part where it might actually make sense to do that.
If you eat any part of Swamp Volcano, I will leave this couch immediately.
Oh no, we're going full on. We're adding instruments to that song. Should probably get started as soon as we can. Sounds like we're good on audio.
Yeah, that's good.
So is this going to be co-op world record?
Sure. Why not?
You sound so unamused.
No, I'm actually just really tired. It's great when you get 5 hours of sleep one day, 9 the next, and 7 the next. They can't pick us up on stream, can they? Okay. You hear the theme of Eris dying. What is this? Shots fired by the tech crew. Oh, man.
The tech crew firing shots at us, as Grunt doing puns, would be a long 4 hours.
Hey, we got bonus incentives, too. We're going overtime. Nah, we'll keep those quick. Especially since this guy's got deadline.
Just to give you folks a sneak preview of what's to come, all of our donation incentives for this run have been met. This includes 2 players, 1 controller during the prologue. And it sounds like we're good to go again, so I'll turn it over to GhostKing and Snoion.
You're not even on camera. You gotta do your left hand. Alrighty,
Yo.
take two. Welcome back to Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, the second game in the Mario and Luigi series. So as Ascarunt mentioned, we are going to be doing a 2-player, 1-controller prologue incentive. That is going to start actually a bit into the run because the beginning portion of the run has a lot of tutorials, a lot of tech smashing, and Snoion is way better at tech smashing than I am, so it's not really going to make much of a difference there if we did it. So we'll leave it to the parts that's actually like interesting. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and start the run. I'll give the countdown. You all
Okay.
ready, Snoion?
Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, and go.
Yeah.
So for those a little unfamiliar with this game, this was the second game in the Mario and Luigi RPG series. In fact, in Japan, it's just called Mario and Luigi RPG 2x2. And it is sort of seen as the spiritual successor to the Mario RPG for the SNES. In fact, actually having the creative directors on that game work on both this game and the previous one, Superstar Saga, and the next Bowser's Inside Story. So the plot of this game is a bunch of alien mushrooms by the name of the Shroobs have come to invade the Mushroom Kingdom of the past. We get Toadsworth RNG? Of course he goes to the right. Toadsworth can go one of 3 directions. If he goes to the right, you might end up talking to him, and we often reset at that because it's only 40 seconds into the run. So we are Baby Mario and Baby Luigi of the past. There's going to be a lot of Baby Mario and Baby Luigi in this game, and a lot of crying, naturally, because that's just what they do. So get your baby rages ready in chat. So here we have Baby Bowser kidnapping the Peach for the first time in his life. It's going to be a recurring trend with this guy. So the combat system of this game, similar to the Paper Mario series, you have action commands, and those increase your damage if you time a button press correctly. Go ahead. Good job. So Toadsworth will give you battle tutorials. You can skip them. If you don't skip them, you lose 10 seconds. I love Baby Bowser in this game.
Yes, both tutorials.
Nice.
Hardest part of the run.
Hardest part of the run. It's not over. We got a ton of those. There's 2.
Yeah, it's unfortunate you can't press B to say no to tutorials in this game.
Yeah, so A, B, X, Y, L, and R are all inputs that get read by the game to advance text. So mashing in this game is one of the most just exhausting exercises of mashing I've ever seen in a game.
We clearly need a tutorial for the mashing.
Oh boy. I haven't actually seen Snoion's method until I got here, and I'm like, man, how does your thumb not have like just a massive callus? Oh yeah, so the Shroobs are out seeking another world, and they've come to our world of the past. Don't think about it too much. There's going to be a lot of time travel-induced plot holes in this game. Plot, right? So meanwhile, in the present, Dr. Egad from Luigi's Mansion fame has invented a time machine, and the princess wants to go back to the Mushroom Kingdom of her past to see what it was like. This can't go wrong.
Nothing ever goes wrong in RPG intros.
So Toadsworth worries himself so much that he passes out. So, although this game was a DS game, it was really early on in the DS's lifespan, so much so that it was created on very prototype DS technology. So, there isn't really much use of touchscreen, but a lot of use of the dual screens, which I feel gives this game a lot of its appeal, in addition to the fact that the babies, Baby Mario and Baby Luigi, on top of adult Mario and adult Luigi, they all use separate face buttons. There is a purpose to him doing that, by the way. It's kind of to try and minimize the number of steps that he takes, because you can only move in 8 directions in this game. I've told him and I've given him a diagram of how unnecessary it is, but it doesn't cost him time to do it, so.
It just kind of reminds me of pumping in Link to the Past.
Yeah.
Except it doesn't do anything.
Alright, so we went to go pick up a refresh room, which is supposed to heal Toadsworth's ails. This scene's great. This Toad is just like, Toadsworth, any final words? Can I have your cane? It is a very nice cane. I mean, so much so that he uses it as a bat in all the baseball games. But we got the refresh room, and now he is
Spick and span. Huzzah!
Oh,
I think now might be a good time to talk about version differences, maybe.
Yes, so we are running on the European version of the game. The reason being the North American version was similar to Superstar Saga, the first version that was released. It's a little bit more glitchy, but the biggest complaint a lot of people had with this game was the fact that a lot of the bosses are complete health sponges. And so the European version, which was released later, is the same as the Japanese version and the Australian version. The DS not actually running on TV, so these are separate regions, not just PAL and NTSC. And so this is just about equal in time to the Japanese version. Apart from when you have to reset, you lose a second, which there are occasions where you might have to soft reset. Oh, no.
And the tutorials are actually harder to harder to dodge in this.
Just to start Chrono Trigger now.
All right, now that we know how to play the game.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
3 for 5. All right.
Hardest part of the run.
Nice. So unlike Superstar Saga, those stat rolls are actually pretty much 100% deterministic. You can guarantee a timing by like the way it works is there's like a 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 3 1 2. If you hit it on the just as the 1 in between the 2 and the 3 comes up, you'll get it pretty much every time.
It's a pretty easy window to get. But
Yeah.
The North American version actually has an unfortunate thing with that dial there. Is once you get to a certain point, if you hit the 2, it will turn into a 1, no matter what.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues with the North American version. The biggest being, of course, as I was mentioning, that a lot of the bosses are health sponges. The Japanese version and all subsequent versions tone this down considerably. To give you an idea, the final boss of this game is divvied up into 3 phases. Those combine for about 9,500 hit points. In this version and all other versions of the game, it is toned down to 5,500 between the 3. Many other bosses have anywhere from 25% to like 40% reduced health. Alright, so in going back to the past and the time machine traveling back with an alien instead of the princess, a lot of breaks in the time continuum have happened, so now these little yellow and pink warp holes have opened up. So Luigi fell in, and it is taking us to the past, the Mushroom Kingdom.
It's always Luigi.
It's always Luigi.
You're Luigi.
You're Luigi. Also, this game has so many flashing lights that it actually kind of destroys bitrate.
That sounds like it would be a bit of a problem now and again.
So this is Stuffwell. He's our little companion for this game. I don't know why, for some reason, they created another character in Bowser's Inside Story by the name of Starlo, and she's been kind of the assistant character. I guess maybe people didn't respond well to Stuffwell, but I kind of prefer Stuffwell. He's got a lot of these funny little speech mannerisms where he'll use improper derivatives, and he has this catchphrase of "back to adventure."
Back to adventure.
Little early on that.
He's also adorable.
Looking at this menu actually just reminded something that Partners in Time added it over Superstar Saga, is that you can unequip items. And once you equip an item in Superstar Saga, you cannot sell it. You have to equip something else.
Yeah, they'll be coming in handy later, about an hour into the run.
So now the wormhole has closed, and so we need to find our way around here. This area serves as sort of a tutorial for overworld movement. Essentially, Mario and Luigi can jump on the overworld, which is probably the least broken ability. As soon as we get every other ability in the game, each one just breaks the game even further. And I kind of wanted to talk about that briefly while we're in this sort of tutorial section here. So this game had been pretty much glitchless, apart from one important glitch that we're going to do about an hour into the run, for quite some time. And that's largely because there were only a handful of people who were really working on this game. It was Anwanu, who's kind of the pioneer of this game. Huge shout-outs to him. He laid so much of the foundation of everything we've done in this game. And then I kind of came in, another runner by the name of Onasu came in and did a little bit of work, but it wasn't really until about the time that Solidified Gaming and Really Tall, both from the 1,000 Year Door community, came in to find a bunch of glitches in tandem with other people, like Migu here on the couch, who did the first task of the game. Once we started figuring out the ways to break this game wide open, it kind of just all came together. So really, it's just been a big communal effort in breaking this game. When I submitted last year, it was an any percent at almost a 5-hour estimate. Here we're doing all bosses because any percent in this game is actually an hour or so faster. And this just actually skips so much of the game that this category is sort of created to play more of the game.
Any percent's also ridiculously harder.
Yes.
It's about as hard as you want it to be in some regards.
Yeah, in some ways. So here Mario and Luigi are kind of getting some insight onto the past, where the bunch of aliens took over. And of course they were babies, so I guess they don't remember it, but there's a bunch of plot holes, so don't think about it too much. Alta, you want to explain stair jumping?
Oh yes, this. Stair jumping is a mechanic that's basically in every Mario and Luigi game, including the first. Basically you just jump in the direction of the stair, and then you'll keep your forward momentum. And if you just run straight upstairs and jump, you'll go slower. So,
Tutorial dodge, let's go. Yes. Got one more of those for the rest of the run.
It's faster to get hit there. It saves like a second. Just to go a little more in detail about stair jumping. So when you walk up a stair, normally your speed's decreased. But if you face like perpendicular to the direction of the stairs, so like in this case, we facing down and jumping, you'll get the normal walking speed, and then you can just face back up the stairs and get the normal walking speed up the stairs.
And that's true for any slanted surface in the entire game, so...
We call them stairs even though like there's actually not that many stairs, mostly just ramps and stuff.
it's kind of a term that was...
grandfathered in, basically.
Yeah, just from Superstar Saga, because you only used it on stairs in that game.
You can go ahead and read a donation or two, by the way.
Sure. Let's see what we've got. I have $25 from Tess Sis. I'll make you another batch of cookies when you get home, and you won't have to share them with any other speedrunners. Here's a donation to sing The Circle of Life. Good luck with your run from one of the starting points of your circle of life. Cannot think of anything funny to say. That's okay, and we appreciate your donations all the same. But thank you to all the speedrunners, the KH community, and all the donors supporting this great organization.
All right, so for the incentive for two-player, one controller, it's really a DS. I don't know if you call that a controller, but we're going to make it work. It's going to be from this portion until the end of Bowser's Castle, which is sort of the first dungeon in the game. Snoion's going to be taking care of the face buttons. I'm going to be taking care of the directional buttons. Side note, L is the button you can... L you can press to mash for text as well. So, this kind of looks funny seeing, like, Snoion mashes really intensely. It's kind of mesmerizing. Yeah, just be extra careful not to press the power button, because it's, like, right by his left thumb.
Have you ever lost a run to that?
I don't think I have, actually.
Yeah, the 3DS power button's actually really nice because if you just lightly push it, it usually doesn't turn the game off. You have to like hard push the button.
So to explain more of the story, we've arrived in Holly Jolly Village, and Shroobs have completely destroyed the town. The last survivor was the mayor, who just bumped out of the chimney, and then the Shroobs took him too. So now we have to face these Shroobs.
So this is an unwinnable fight. On the North American version, you can actually kill one of the Shroobs, but it doesn't really make a difference.
We're gonna bully Luigi.
No bully.
You're a Luigi.
It is faster for them to attack Luigi, so...
Man, they're really going hard at Luigi. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my
That
goodness.
saved like half a second.
Alrighty. So now that that timer has ticked all the way down, we're just going to get obliterated. Rip. Year of Luigi. Oh no! I actually personally really like the Shroobs. They're sort of like whimsical, but they have just enough like they have just enough intimidation that you kind of are afraid of them as villains, while at the same time they're comical and they meet the sort of less than serious nature of this series. So essentially what happened here was Bowser booked his ship to escape from a situation in which the castle was getting utterly destroyed. Is chat just flooded with baby rage right about now?
I hope so.
Can confirm.
Don't worry, it won't be going anywhere anytime soon.
$125,000 in the next 2 minutes, and we will mute.
can do that.
We will mute the baby rage, or we can make it extra loud.
So yeah, this is almost tutorial part 2, as now you're controlling the babies instead of the adults.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
this is way harder than it looks.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, we got one stair jump. It's a lot harder to do on that slow for some reason. So Bowser's minions are particularly good at billiards. I don't know how they did that, but that is impressive.
Reminds me more of Peggle.
Oh man. How long ago was that? It feels like that game was really popular and then like it just vanished.
Like early Steam days.
Alright, so they noticed the adults like knocked out with a bunch of Shroobs attacking. Bowser refuses to go and help, but oh man. Yeah, you never hear her crying like that again.
Aw.
So Bowser agrees to help just because it will not cause his ears to get torn off. Alright. So now the babies are going to come in and take out the Shroobs. Although we did see that iron ball crush the 2 of them, it seems it only got 1 of them. Or crushed all 3 of them, it seems it only got 1 of them. So now we're going to get into a tutorial on bros attacks, which are sort of your specials in this game. Also getting a just basic Luigi combat tutorial.
The thing that makes bro attacks different in this game compared to all the other Mario Luigi games is that they're actually consumable items and there's no SP or BP. So right now we have 5 green shells, and once we use one, now we have 4. So a lot of the run will be finding right bro items and blocks and buying the right amount of them. The good thing is you don't have to worry about running out of SP or BP.
A lot of the later items in this game also can go on indefinitely if you're good enough. And copy flowers especially can get out of hand.
Nice lucky. All right. Yeah, and in fact, part of the old any % route strategy involved using one of those infinite attacks to one-shot the final boss. It's very difficult, and the only person I've ever seen do it is sitting right next to me.
Yeah, this mechanic is like, I think, what makes Partners in Time unique among the Mario and Luigi series.
Yeah, it's very skill expressive.
But that's also part of where some of the HP sponge complaints came in the North American version also. But if you were really good at the game, you may not have noticed as much.
So Toads was just recapping essentially what happened. You'll also notice the Shroobs are kidnapping all the Toads for some unknown reason. Also, this guy takes an abnormally long time to fire his shot. You got time for some donations. This is a pretty long
Sure.
cutscene.
Before I jump into that, I would like to mention that we do have 2 relatively new donation incentives for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. Those are Fight All Absent Silhouettes, set at $10,000, and Sing the Atlantica songs for $5,000. All right. So we have $10 from AI Feelings. Hello again, everyone. I'm donating for a shot at that SNES Classic or the figure set. I'm not picky because, you see, my boss let my office have the day off. So I'm giving, since I was given another mental health day extra. Good luck to all the runners, and let's go! P.S. Red Luigi is a pretty cool guy, but not as cool as Luigi.
I can agree to that.
We have $10 from Dumb Boardist. Hey, a Snoion, hey, a GhostKing. I'm afraid that I'm a bit of a noob, and I'm not familiar with these Manio and Lorgi people. Are they popular Japanese characters that finally got a port over here in the States? Thanks, I'll take my answer off the air. First time, long time, good luck. $5 for each of you to put towards something.
Nice. Thank you, Tim Bortist.
We have $50 from Sleeping Puppy. Cheers to everyone at RPG Limit Break for a wonderful week and a wonderful cause. Thanks for all the great speedruns and for supporting a better understanding of mental health.
So we've just been shot out of the sky by the Shroobs at what is now Shroob Castle, formerly known as Peach's Castle. You saw a silhouette of Princess Shroob, sort of the main antagonist of the game, as sort of the leader of the Shroobs, and probably a lot more competent at her job than Princess Peach, if we're being honest. It's cool. Peach is still great.
Yeah, except for the Mushroom Kingdom economy.
Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, their neighbors are rich. Alright. Okay, careful to dodge these Goombas. Don't need that one too bad. We'll pick up a couple more. So there's a couple of green shells in these boxes. We're taking a bit of a safe route. I'll give you the cue for the jump. When I say go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Nice.
And so that saves a little bit of time.
A common... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I had to make that look flashy. I'll go on, Alta.
So a common thing between the series is enemies tend to aim, when they're charging at you, they aim for the person in front, which if you're just walking normally, the person in front won't get hit, but it's the person in back that usually gets hit. So it's something that GhostKing and Snoion will have to be aware of when dodging enemies.
And the other thing, too, is if the person in the back gets hit from behind, it's very likely that they'll enter the fight tripped, and that's really bad, especially for Luigi, because Luigi goes second in the turn order, and that means that Mario can't run on his turn. And we're going to be very low on our speed stat because we're going to invest in power on every single level up. Which that means that there's a chance that, you know, one of them could just die. There's a nice buffer because after this cutscene, we're gonna have all 4 party members, and if Mario and Luigi are taken out, Baby Mario and Baby Luigi can take their place, and we're gonna actually exploit this a couple of times in the run. Oh, it's a little later. There's a lot of cutscene here. After this part, the cutscenes start to slow down, and we get into the real meat of the game.
Did I hear something about cutscenes?
Just to touch on one little thing, like the biggest thing that makes this speedrun possible is the fact that, like all the Mario and Luigi games, every attack in this game, well, it should be every attack, but almost every attack in this game is completely dodgeable or counterable, which means that if you play perfectly, you should never take damage. And so that allows us to not have to ever worry about defensive stats too much. We will actually be investing a little bit into defense, and usually by getting items that increase both offense and defense. Oh. There we go. So now we have everyone together. For the most part, we're going to want to focus on damage because being able to do attacks that do almost infinite damage, in theory, means that we really want to make those attacks take as little time as possible. This is just kind of a tutorial for overworld movement. The tutorials really stop after this dungeon for the most part.
And they're introducing the 4 player switches and the warp pipes as well, which they will be using very frequently throughout the run.
That was smooth. Yes, remember I throw the babies upwards at the start.
Oh no.
Early. Oh. So we both have our own little ways of doing this section. So part of our little bit of practice on this incentive was figuring out how to overlap those two so that we don't end up just doing very awkward overworld things, because we've built up a lot of muscle memory in playing this game so much. So there's a little bit of tech to this fight, actually. So now that we have the piggyback jump, we're going to have a Goomba, and it's going to show us how to use the babies to enhance our Green Shells Bros attack.
So after you kill this Goomba, Kamek is going to come and spawn another Goomba.
Yes, so if you leave the Goomba alive here, which you can do by inflicting less than 13 damage, because that's how much health it has, Kamek's only going to summon a Boo and leave the Goomba there, which means the Goomba's going to die in one hit. Careful. Yeah, I think that is faster. So we kind of figured this out in the 2-player 1 controller strat, that there is a way to make this fight just slightly faster than we had been doing. So yeah, doing it this particular way allows us to take care of the Boo a little bit faster than... as fast as possible.
Oh. That's okay.
That's going to hurt Luigi's damage for the near future, but thankfully if you mess it up a couple of times, future level ups will have the 3 in your in the slot instead of just 2, which it's going to have for most of the game.
Yeah, after the first few level ups, the reel is going to be the same pattern, and there's a pretty consistent method for doing that. The first few level ups are a bit more difficult.
Yeah, so we really want to walk in the 4 directions there to avoid those boos. If you throw the babies right at the boo's face, the game actually treats it similar to how if you've just run away, and it won't give you the encounter. It's sort of a little generous thing the game does so that you don't accidentally just throw yourself into an encounter. Alright.
And also we're picking up a bunch of green shells. It's mostly to sell them later.
Yeah, they're not worth much by themselves, but there's a way to make them worth a lot of money. Yeah, so you hit the switch, and then I'll bring the babies over to the platform, and then switch to the adults. Okay. careful here.
Yes.
That tutorial trips you up because there's 3, yes prompts. 1, 2. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
No. This is hard.
Hardest part right here.
Do you need another jumping tutorial?
And thankfully, money isn't that tight in this game. So
It's not even close.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, at least we're faster than this one.
I'd be slow too if I was holding a cannon on my head.
Take 2.
Okay. I'll just hold right and you do it. Oh. Okay. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. Okay.
All right.
Just hold right.
This one I can just hold right on. And this one I'll just hold right. I'll go to the left and then hold right. Okay.
It's a lot harder than it looks to actually coordinate what you're doing together.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Yeah.
Careful this guy. I've gotten into that encounter quite a few times. Alright, so this next part is me. For the most part. Okay. I'll just do this slow ending, by the way. So this room is a dark room. One of you guys in the couch explain what a dark room is.
Yeah, so you can't see the platforms. The platforms that if you fall off the platforms or spikes and you respawn at the start, you can use the shine block at the bottom screen to light it up.
It's a little
And
too light.
that makes it so you can see the platforms. But that takes time watching the cutscene of making it light up, so.
Oh, what? Hell, I just held up. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. Normally I use jumps as a cue, but I don't have access to the face buttons right now. Okay. Let's just do that there.
That's good. That's good.
Oh,
man.
all right.
I can just do it if you want me to.
Go for it.
Break the illusion.
Go for it. It looks cool. There we go.
All right.
We cheated.
Yeah, I personally have a lot of I use use a lot of timing-based cues that involve jumping with Baby Luigi, and it was really hard to coordinate that because we have our own unique timing on that kind of stuff. So, yeah, as cool as that would have been to do,
It's just really hard.
yeah,
Well, it's a good thing you're partners in time then.
indeed.
So there we got the first Cobalt Star Shard. At this point, I think we're not really sure exactly what it is. Soon we'll figure out. It's a power source for the time machine. He has a time machine. And so in order to rescue Princess Peach, we want to make the time machine work again by gathering all the Cobalt Star Shards.
Yeah, so I think we'll play up until the entrance of Vim Forest, and then I'll take over.
I mean, it's just text matching. You can take it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
This might be a good opportunity for some more donations.
Absolutely. Take
All
it
right,
away.
we've got $20 from Ish. Hey, Snoion and GhostKing. Ish here. You guys are some of the coolest nincompoops I know. Also, shout out to the whole Mario and Luigi RPG community for being good eggs. Speaking of eggs, good luck on Sunnyside. Most of all, though, hope you guys are having fun. Back to adventure!
Yeah.
We have $20 from The Chain Nerd. This one goes out to all the younger siblings who got stuck playing second player in Mario games. Luigi is the real hero. This is going to naming the Time Machine and Chrono Trigger Pwexil, Pwxil, because Pwexil is a machine. We have $10 from Coco Mouse. Stuffwell was better than Starlo. Here's hoping he makes a comeback one day.
By the way, if you like Luigi, I've got a game recommendation for you.
Dream Team did absolutely nothing wrong.
That is right.
We have $12 from Anonymous. I'm really excited to see a speedrun of my favorite Mario and Luigi game. Hopefully it will get a remake. Looking at you, Inside Story.
Luigi does, in fact, is responsible, indirectly, if anything, for saving the world in this game, so... So we kind of figure out here that the Cobalt Star shard seems to be it seems to really agitate the Shroobs, and it looks to be trying to complete itself, so it creates the wormhole to the next piece of itself. Man, the start button on the 3DS is not where I'm used to it being. You can go ahead and fire off a couple more donations.
Sure, we've got $50 from Nancy and Tamara. Keep up the good work. We have $10 from Bodolus. Greetings from Germany. Still fondly remember playing this game as one of my first DS games. Excited for the run, and good luck to both of you.
That was just a little tutorial about how to equip badges. You're forced to equip the salvage badge, which whenever you use an item in battle, there's a chance that you'll get it after the battle, so you can kind of use it without actually using it. So maybe that might, I don't know, it's not really that useful because we'll probably have enough anyway. But
Yeah, it's the equivalent of a freebie in Super Mario RPG.
Could you imagine if the route ever got so tight that it would need salvage badge to go off a few number of times?
I don't think that's ever really something you have to be concerned about because the you go in any percent you pretty much only do one fight where you use an item that like is used on the final boss, like between what. You fight only like 4 or 5 bosses in any percent other than the final boss, and yeah, they would never get that tight. Especially because we'll have more money than we know what to do with. Okay, I have to. I'm like slightly forgetting that I have access to both sides of the controller now. So this Toad that we're going to talk to is explaining exactly what the Shroobs have been doing with the Toads. They brought him to this place called Vim Forest and set up a factory in the center of the forest. And it's kind of messed up if you really think about it. The trees kind of suck out the Vim, which is another word for saying like the vigor, the positive energy out of the Toads. And they use it as they use it for some unknown purpose. Also, she came with the princess, and so she's kind of flashing back onto what exactly happened when they landed. Everything was already destroyed, and Peach has been kidnapped, which is kind of just the recurring setup for Mario RPGs.
We've never seen that happen before. What are you talking about?
I kind of have to give Superstar Saga credit for. That's like the only game in the series where that's not what happens for a majority of the game. Like, Peach gets kidnapped, like, once, and it's, like, for maybe a fifth of the game. So she's suggesting that the Cobalt Star has some sort of importance with Peach, as well as the Shroobs in general, but this is going to be a recurring thing as well. Anytime somebody is about to tell us anything, they get turned into a mushroom. Okay. Those lines never get old. I have to wonder if there was just a script that just said gibberish. Oop, I do need that.
They just throw some paper at Charles Martinet. It's just like, go nuts.
Yeah. That is Charles Martinet, who voices every Mario character, like every male Mario character other than Bowser. Alright, so there's going to be some really tricky enemy dodges in here, so I kind of want to focus on that when I get to them. I need to hit these 6 boxes for these flames. Interesting to note, the demo version of this game only had 3 of these boxes. There was a demo version of this game that included Toadwood Forest and Vim Factory, and Snoion actually has a cartridge of that here. So this next dodge is probably one of the harder dodges in the game. I came up with my own method, which is usually pretty consistent, so let's hope we get it. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, it's actually kind of silly how little room you have in some of these areas to dodge enemies.
It's a good part of the skill to running this game, and part of what I just love about running the game. You have enough overworld movement options that the game is very like skill expressive in its speed run. So even though I'm not the best at the game, I can still, you know, have like one of those moments where I'm like, I clutched that out. And just, you know, it feels really satisfying.
Yeah. Makes for a very moving run.
You can save a few seconds by alternating between hidden blocks with Mario and Luigi to decrease the camera scrolling time, but it's not really big at all.
Yeah, that's like a task level thing.
Or I'm one level thing too.
Yeah, so we were touching on a little bit earlier, a bunch of new glitches have been found in the last year or so. To give you an idea, the any percent tasks in 2017 was 3 hours and 30 minutes or so. Migu knows the exact time.
Yeah, Q21.
And the new task is about 1 hour and 52 minutes on any percent. So
Went down by an hour and a half.
yeah, almost half of the game has been outright skipped. And we're about to come up on the first big skip of the run.
So what he's going to do is fall into the spikes, and then on the first frame, on the frame that Mario hits the spikes, he's going to switch to the babies. Well, first he's going to get this piece of gear. Yeah, it's a new addition. Okay, so this is a frame perfect trick, and it's...
Oh, I got it, but I messed up the timing on the jump.
Almost. So you can see he got the frame perfect X or Y press, but Luigi was too close to the spikes, so Luigi also got hit by the spikes.
It's fine. I'm just mashing. It's not hard. It's just there's a high chance of me failing at any given one. Hopefully this isn't Calithon.
Yeah.
There we go. Redemption, baby.
And now you can just walk on spikes.
Yep. So
what this does is normally you're supposed to go around this area counterclockwise, but by doing this trick you can go around clockwise, and that skips all of the floating platforms, and there's normally a lot of auto-scrollers in this area.
Shoutouts to Migu.
by the way, we agreed to show off the slower but cooler strat for the final dungeon, right?
Yes.
All right. We'll see how we are on time by that point, but we should be able to show that off. I kind of really want to show that one off because I think, as far as I remember, that's the biggest contribution to the any percent route that Tall did, and Tall did a lot of work in helping find a lot of tech in the game, which unfortunately much of it was on the is North American version only.
That sounds like a tall tale if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, most of the glitches were found.
So that's why you decided you wanted to host. You just wanted to say puns. It's like I had to deal with Gunarm dying like all week.
Yeah, most of the glitches that were new or were found by Stall to Find Gaming, like that one right that they just did. And Really Tall found a few of them. Most of them only works on a US version, which it is actually, there are a few minutes of time save you can do with glitches on that version, but the bosses just take way too much longer, in RTA at least.
Yeah, it's unreliable to do the infinite bros attacks, and enemies in this game tend to go in what I refer to as a desperation phase when they get low, and they just start attacking a ton, and their attacks take significant amount of time, especially the final boss who has a ton of attacks. So this is sort of the first boss of the game, Hammer Bros. In the Japanese version, they just speak entirely in katakana, which is the alphabet, roughly, equivalent in Japanese. That is used for loan words, and that's kind of to just show that there's something wrong with them. They localized it in this game as all caps leet speak, which this was 2005, so this was pretty contemporary. I would argue it hasn't aged super well, but
So am I taking me over here?
Sure.
Okay, good.
Go ahead.
Best fight in the game.
So we picked up a lot of Bros flowers along the way. Bros flowers are similar to fire flowers in other games, like Super Mario RPG, in that there is a cap on how fast you can mash it, which is like, I believe, once every 7 frames, so 7/60ths of a second.
So looking to see probably about 40 fireballs per flower is a pretty good amount. You can just see, they each do 1 damage, so you can see,
It's okay.
you can see how many fireballs you threw.
Yeah, we have a 1-up mushroom, thankfully, so just in case we need it.
Unfortunately, the first few bosses won't really one-shot you, but about maybe a third way into the game, we'll be so in a level that pretty much everything will one-shot us.
Snoion's just a little bit better at mashing the Bro flowers. Also, he really wanted this fight, and he's also taking over for the Dim Factory. So instead of doing like a...
Nice.
Oh, nice, lucky.
Oh,
It's actually not great because this attack is kind of slow, but it means we don't have to sit through 2 attacks.
Probably has like 5 HP left.
Yeah, not much.
Not bad.
Nice.
That's close.
Yeah, if you get 2 luckies or really, really good mashing... Oh, hold on, I'm gonna let it focus.
I don't time this.
Okay.
Doesn't matter too much.
Especially since I grabbed the dead pants.
I'm still gonna do the extra fight though.
Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, if you get 2 luckies or extremely good mashing, you can kill them in 2 turns. So we got 1 lucky, which meant that one of them died, but the other was still around and got an attack. The way lucky works is it's random, but it's also the chance is increased by your stash stat.
The chance of lucky right now is about 3%, and if you don't upgrade your stash, it also depends on the enemy's level, so by the end of the game it'll be about 100.
They really like this version of the theme that they've made here because it's in every Mario and Luigi game after this one.
I mean, it's the Mario series. It uses this music. It uses just about like every game's music at least once. Like the Peach's Castle theme is the same as Mario 64's, etc. But I think the music in this game is actually really good. It was composed by Yoko Shimomura, who composed the Kingdom Hearts series, as well as a lot of great underloved games. I feel like she was a big part of the Xenoblade 1 soundtrack. Legend of Mana, which was run earlier this week, has a great soundtrack. Some other great games like Live Alive and Radiant Historia.
Also had some contributions to Chrono Trigger, which is up next, actually. So
So if you notice, look closely, Snoion on most of these gates is facing up left. Yeah, before drilling, and that saves like a quarter of a second each time because the animation of drilling through the ground is a tiny bit faster.
Yeah, so we're going to come up on the first glitch of the dungeon. There's a couple, and yeah, this one was found, I believe, by Solidified Gaming. He found a method on the North American version, which is patched out on this version, so he looked for another one and found it. It's based on the way collisions on corners work, so we refer to this as the paper jam, because paper jam did nothing wrong, and you can clip through just about everything in that game. So we just walked out of bounds by just walking our face into a wall.
In case it isn't obvious, the way out of bounds work is it's just an area with like no walls usually, so you can just walk and you maintain the same floor level you were at.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to get out of bounds in this game to skip little things. Right there, what we skipped was a fight in which we get a tutorial on how to use our hammers in combat. It's pretty slow and annoying, so even though we're going to do an encounter later to make up for the lost EXP, doing the tutorial there still is slow. So here's a tutorial on how to use the hammer with the adults and babies. They kind of just, it's really funny animation. Pow hammer! Worth noting, Baby Mario and Baby Luigi's hammers are slightly different. Baby Luigi's has about 10 frames of input delay, whereas Baby Mario's is almost instant. And this is actually important because it throws you off a lot in certain fights. So we're just going to use the Bro Flower to kill the spikies here a little quickly. Okay, we got the 3 to make up for the last one. So we're going to take one extra encounter on the way to the next boss because we want to be able to do really good damage against the next boss. Otherwise, it can last a long time. You got to go down to the unarmed genes. For some reason, it's grayed out, but it doesn't let you...
That's stupid.
It's grayed out, but you can equip it.
Yeah, you have to be on the babies or something. Yeah.
I don't normally get those genes, so
Yeah.
you just walk straight forward here. They can't hit you.
So why would they be called unarmed if they're genes? Wouldn't it be unlegged?
That's a good point. So what was that?
I was just saying we're getting some cannonballers that'll be useful for the next boss.
Yeah, so this just stuns them and prevents them from getting their attack off.
If there's 2 of them, then you can do it with 1 Bro Flower. If there's 3, you can probably take 2 Bro Flowers.
Yeah, right now our hammer doesn't really do a lot of damage. There we go. So now the babies are going to get an extra level, and we're going to be able to do considerable amounts of damage with Cannonballers, the main ability that we're going to use on the next boss, in tandem with Bro Flower. I'm going to refer to Bro Flower as Fire Flower for the rest of the game because there's an alternate version, which is the Ice Flower. And the elements do matter a little. There are some bosses that are weak to fire and some bosses that are weak to ice. We're pretty much going to be just fighting bosses for the rest of the game, along with like 2 or 3 encounters that are mandatory. So right here we're going to do what is called ledge clip. Migu, you want to explain ledge clipping?
Yeah, so...
Oh,
all right, it's time to
stupid.
explain it now. Normally, so you can't stack the babies when there's under a ledge that's too short. But if Luigi is to the right of Mario and Mario's just 1 unit under the ledge, sometimes you will be able to stack. And then if you are under that ledge and move upwards, you can clip on top of the ledge.
yeah, so this will work for both the adults and the babies because we'll get an ability that stacks both. There we go.
And that one pushes you right inside that block, but you're stuck, but you can just break it to get out.
Yeah, so that skips having to do a big, long puzzle in this room that nobody really likes. Are you going to grab the cannonballers in that,
yeah,
Luigi
forgot.
block? Okay.
Losing
Well, you have
track
me
of
looking.
everything.
You have me here looking out for you. Just getting on the platform for safety. I will often just have the adults do a jump, which saves very marginal amount of time and can lead to a lot of mistakes on this section.
These are the type of platforms we skipped in Toadwood Forest, so yeah, glad Spike Skip exists, so we don't have to wait to do these auto scrollers.
Yeah, so a lot of this section is just optimizing what each pair does. Have the adults do something, and then while they're waiting, like on the platform, you have the babies move on. So hopefully you don't get into this last encounter here. There we go. Good stuff.
I'm assuming in this game that the enemies will have like an aggro range, and that there's certain points that they can't touch.
Sort of. They kind of just go all over the place even if they haven't noticed you. Some enemies will notice you and charge you. So here we find out that the Shroobs have been taking all the vim of the toads and then using this Wiggler, Shroob Wiggler, just called Swiggler, to convert it into energy for their flying saucers. It's kind of messed up and seems like something out of like a 50s horror B movie.
So this is actually one of the most RNG bosses in the game.
Yeah, nobody likes this boss fight. So we have Migu actually calculating in the background how much damage we're dealing. This boss has exactly 200 HP, and since we're using Bro Flowers that can effectively do a what feels like a random amount of damage. We want to calculate that so that we can figure out which turns to do what. Oh, no.
Oh, that's fine. So the way this boss works is you want to poison his drink by hitting the Dr. Shrews where they have gray mushrooms, and then he'll decrease his defense.
So this will be fine. We have enough power to do good damage.
So if there's 2 gray mushrooms, you can just do a Bro Flower hit everyone and the gray mushroom.
Oh, that's not good.
That was very much.
Yeah, so that's 8 damage so far.
When you do damage on the top guy, that's not good.
Yeah, so now that it's turned green, it's become docile. It's not going to do a counterattack or anything. Okay. So we're going to use Mario's jump to knock the red mushroom in, and then we're going to use a Bro Flower, which is going to hit the top Doc Shroob, and that will override the red mushroom in the drink. If the drink is red, then Swiggler will heal for 40 health, which is bad. That's
wow.
not good. The one time we don't want a lucky.
So that's what happens.
How much damage have we dealt?
Okay, so 176 now. I'm just subtracting.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so 2 red mushrooms. It's fastest to just use cannonballers to do as much damage as we can. As you can see, cannonballers, you press the buttons in order of the when the adults and babies hit the target.
So this is going to be a super slow fight, and there's nothing really we could have done about it because we got the lucky.
At least you're doing 20 damage to Cannonball, which is pretty good.
Yeah, so now Swiggler is going to do this long attack in which it sucks up some green energy and fuels the saucers, and they're going to shoot at them. I would probably not advise doing both jumps the entire time. He's done that before and gotten hit. Alright. Alrighty. Shoutouts to Caleb Hart. Love you, Caleb.
So normally here the Dr. Shroops would die, but since we got the lucky, that's not going to happen.
So if both of the Shroobs are dead, then we can just use Bro Flower and hit Swiggler for a ton of damage. Because each fireball does 1, it doesn't matter whether it doesn't matter that Swiggler's defense is really high. So how much are we at HP wise?
87 now.
Okay. So that's the equivalent of exactly 3 cannonballers. He's tempting fate so much. He's done this fight a lot. Also, you can get the double on those clouds, and it's really satisfying.
Nice.
I believe is it frame perfect or?
I think there's a few frames.
Okay. It feels tighter sometimes than it really is.
So it gives me double. I'm going to use 2. Okay, good. I'm going to see if I can eliminate 1 cannonball use. That's not good.
The
19, that's actually not bad.
The top
Oh,
one
wow.
had 1 HP.
So he has 60 HP left, which means 2 cannonballers will leave him with 2 HP.
And then we can jump. Okay, good.
If I've done the math right.
Should probably just, take one more turn because, yeah, just hit the Shroob on the bottom.
I'll double jump on him next turn just in case. Okay. It'll be more more swag that way. Unless we get a lucky.
So all 4 hits have the chance of hitting a lucky. So come on, lucky. Aww.
That's when you know somebody's run a game a lot.
Yeah, this attack you kind of have to be careful for because it's a little tricky. I got hit by that attack during Calithon and wasted a lot of time, so because I've never gotten hit by that particular. I've never actually seen that particular attack in a run.
Nice.
Also, this death animation loves to destroy your bit rate. This game just hates high quality streams.
We have the technology here.
Yes. So we're gonna get 2 levels here because we are woefully underleveled. Yeah, so should be able to get 2 on every single level up for the game.
Don't jinx me.
If you miss 1, it's not a huge deal. Makes a little bit of a difference on a couple of fights midway through the run, but he'll be able to make up for it. It's fine. All right. Ba-ba-da-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
We should have done like $1 for each missed 2 or something.
Maybe. Those ones, yes. +4s, no. Because +4s, which you can get at level 4 on the babies, those are hard. And misses happen a lot. So we have a backup strat for that. So I don't know how this exactly works, but Bowser gets a hold of our Cobalt Star Shards. One thing that kind of annoys me is, as much as I like the visual design, for whatever reason they chose Bowser Jr.'s sprite for Baby Bowser, when Baby Bowser had used a completely different sprite from like Yoshi's Island onward. And so that character became Koopa Kid in Mario Party and then just kind of vanished off the face of the earth.
Do we have time to sneak some donations in?
Certainly.
All right, I have $150 from
Nice.
Andy Perfect, which just says, I enjoy video games.
Video games are great.
They certainly are.
Yeah, we have $5 from Muzz Yoshi. Hey,
Muzz.
guys, have fun, and good luck performing that really difficult trick, Gate Skip, during the Glitch Expedition. It's really hard, so you're gonna need it. We have $5 from Yoshizilla.
Hey, Yoshi.
Good luck to both Ghost and Snowy on defeating every single boss in the game. Make sure you one-shot Elder's Princess Shroob again, Snowy. And just for you, Migu.
Nice.
$10 from Anonymous saying, I remember some of these bosses taking me a while, so it's going to be fun watching them get crushed in this co-op run.
Admittedly, for speedrun, in terms of like how speedruns tend to go, some of these bosses still take quite a while, but that's more of a product of how underleveled we are. All right, so we're going to do one of the most interesting tricks of the run right now, trick called Money Glitch, which was the only glitch that we had in the run for a long time. In fact, it's frame perfect, and if we mess it up, the run would be over, so we're going to save just in case.
So we're gonna destroy the economy ourselves.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to sell everything that we own except for green shells, and we're going to turn those green shells into massively overinflated. We're going to overinflate their value considerably. Alright, so first he's going to buy the most expensive thing in the shop, and then he's going to buy out as many green shells as he possibly can. And there is a one-frame trick in which he can sell all the green shells that he owns for the value of the Shroom badge which he picked up. And we're going to do this twice so that we can get just more money than we will ever need. So there's a couple of frames too late there. It's the very first frame in which you can select the green shells to sell. So we're going to soft reset. Because the European version loses a second to the Japanese version. Yeah, so it costs about 15 seconds each time. We're going to do it twice. The second time is not as bad, but yeah, we're going to need this money because so many things of great value to the run cost a lot of money.
Yeah. You'll know when he gets it when you'll see the green shells sell price being 132. And then since he has 45 green shells, he'll get a lot of money.
So hopefully we don't spend like 10 minutes here. That would not be good.
There we go. So now we need to do it a second time, but thankfully it's much more forgiving the second time because we'll have enough money for a buffer.
Okay. So now if you mess up, you can just buy another Shroob badge.
Hey, second try. So that brings us to over 17,000 coins.
And there's the money shot.
Just get the EXP badge, because why not? Yeah, it doesn't need that many one-up mushrooms, but it doesn't hurt to be safe. We have more money than we'll ever need. The way I actually will often do it is just kind of haphazardly buy things towards the end and then just run out of money when I no longer need it. Also, the side project of having the babies separate and by the save point is this cutscene. It doesn't matter if you enter with both the adults and the babies or just one pair of them. As soon as you enter this, they will all group up together. And now we're going to get access to Spin Bros, which is the same way, which works the same way as it does in Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. And that is, the adults will be able to jump on top of each other and then spin across any sort of gap. By the way, if you see me drinking water, it's we are about like 4,800 feet above sea level, so the air is a little bit thinner and leads to very dry lips.
You have been running for just over 1 hour by now, and you're...
You tried.
Thanks, stay hydrated, Grunt.
We do have a few more donations here. We've got a few moments.
Go for it.
We have $5 from Kalina H. Excited to be donating during my favorite game of all time, Mario & Luigi Partners in Time. Keep up the great work. Hashtag Team Luigi.
That reminds me. So go ahead if you're interested in donating with your comment of your favorite of Mario and Luigi, of who's your favorite bro.
I like where this is going. We have $43.46 from All-in-One Mighty.
Yo.
I could not donate during GhostKing's last run. Here is $43.46 to bring my donation total to $500 over the week. Good luck, Snoion and GhostKing on the run. I'll be cheering you on from San Francisco and yelling with you, 3, 2, 1, jump! This goes to Chrono Trigger Wondershot finish on Lavos Core.
Alrighty, so I'm going to be taking over for this next part. This is Yoshi's Island, and as my good pal Jeff in 3D, who loves Yoshi's Island, will be quite sad to hear. You can hear Yoshi's Island's theme from the game Yoshi's Island. It's not going to be there for very long.
Yeah, this area is the most broken area in the game. Maybe Shroob Castle's more broken, but I'm going to go with this one.
We're leaving the babies on purpose here. We're going to do a ledge clip that's going to skip a ton of time on cutscenes.
That ledge clip is a lot more precise than the one in Vim Factory, and there's going to be another one in this coming room to skip a smaller cutscene.
Yeah, these ledge clips are unique, as you have to be in a certain position to actually clip up.
Okay, just a couple pixels in too far.
Nice.
Oh.
Got baited.
I have a different technique than Snoion for this. I really don't want to enter that room. So
total-
that was really good.
Yeah, in total they'll save about 3.5 minutes, so they're pretty good.
They also skip all the context for anything that's going on. So if you guys want to touch on the story of what's going on Yoshi's Island here, because we got a cutscene coming up.
Who needs context when we're going fast?
Exactly.
We got more glitches coming up, but basically there's a giant Shroob Yoshi called You who's been eating the Shroobs.
The Yoshis.
That's, oh, sorry, the Yoshis.
fine.
Yeah, whatever.
Just eating every Yoshi on the island for some unknown purpose. You think it's just big and hungry. And we also meet a character by the name of Kylie Kupo, who's sort of a journalist, a bit of a hotshot, and she kind of just runs off. We'll see more of her later, but she does have some important cutscenes. So Kamek is here looking for Bowser, and can't find him. So once Kamek notices us, and he also recognizes Baby Mario and Baby Luigi as the babies who took him out in Yoshi's Island, the game, just decides to set Yoshi's Island on fire.
Nice.
That was really close.
360 no scope? No.
Alright, coming up is a glitch called Top Screen Storage. What he's gonna do is clip the babies into the spring here by like walking right off it and then going back into it. Nice. And then now he can activate this loading zone at the same time as going on the spring.
Yeah, so we have to do a spin jump in order to land on the trigger for the loading zone. At the same time, the babies hit the top screen.
Now we have this top screen loaded at the same time as the wrong bottom screen. So when they leave, they just spawn at the top left corner of the map, out of bounds. And there
So
they
I'll
are.
hold down until I can see them. I hold right until they vanish, and then I hold
There we go.
up, and I've just skipped all 3 of the puzzles involving lighting those fires.
Nice.
So that was really good.
That was good, yeah.
Alrighty. So we're gonna do that one more time in the glitch exhibition on this island. You can actually skip the boss of this area, but because of all bosses, unfortunately we do have to fight Kamek, and he's a really annoying fight. So these guys, I think they're called coconut guys.
Coconutters, yeah.
Coconutters. They're nuts. They will throw spears at you, and the spears have the most annoying hitbox of anything I've ever seen in any game I've ever speedrun.
I guess they really wanted you to get the point.
Arguably one of the worst enemies in the game.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those.
So far we've been pretty solid on not getting encounters. So the tornadoes accelerate us. I'm actually going to... Okay. Time that pretty good. The baby's where they need to be.
Sometimes you can despawn those spears some weird ways, often by switching between the dolls and babies you can avoid encounters.
Yeah, I've also noticed if you hang towards the very, very bottom edge of the screen, the spear tends to just disappear when they try and throw it.
This guy's also annoying in this cave.
Okay.
You're good.
This is the one fire where you don't have a way to skip.
Before that trick in the previous room, there was a way you could skip some of the fire by landing on the platform, like just a pixel that was safe to land on.
This guy is not cooperating.
He's not caught.
Go away. Oh no, not. I've had a week of Brasentia and Gunarm and all sorts of Pungeon Masters. It's fine. Bring on your puns. Okay, so this is just a safe way to get through here. You can try and risk it, but if you get caught in an encounter, it's slower than just taking the slow path.
It only loses like 8 seconds versus like
Oh wow, I
20
barely
seconds.
got that.
This is where you do Kamek skip in an any percent run, but since this is all bosses, you have to fight Kamek.
So here, Bowser's just eating his fill of cookies. I like this cutscene where Bowser starts choking and Kamek is just like, here, have some of this. It's some milk from an evil cow. So Bowser's just like, haha, you can't touch anything. All of this is mine. These stars are mine, and those cookies are. Stinky babies.
The ...
Cookies.
gets me every time in all these games.
This is the fantastic way to insert a beat into a joke. Yeah, so Bowser's going to go walk off his frustration, and Kamek is going to fight us. This fight's a little interesting. First, he's going to do this. Also, I have no defense. So one hit from this is going to kill me. And then Kamek's going to turn himself into 5. We're actually going to use Ice Flowers, which we picked up because it can lower defense. And if you press X and Y, you can actually throw with the babies. But this has, I believe it's 6 frames instead of or once every 8 frames instead of every 7.
Yeah.
So trying to mash it is really hard. Okay. Okay. Hopefully I can get a defense down this time.
Yeah, we're looking for a defense draw, which is possible with Ice Flowers, but it's random, so.
Oh, there it is. You'll know it when there's a green circle around it.
Oh no. Oh, Year of Luigi. You'll also notice that the one that's hit with the debuff is revealed here, so I don't think the developers thought we were going to be savvy enough to use Ice Flowers for defense down on this one.
When you used to run this game, the way you could tell which one was the real one was where the cursor was first pointing. So I don't remember the exact pattern, but he had all 5 of them written out to figure it out.
I think it's like to the left or something on some of them.
Yeah, it's weird. There's like to the left, but then there's there's 3 of them where it's like they each go to each other, and then the last 2 also point to each other. Something like that. That's not really necessary because you can just use Ice Flowers and then it's clear who it is.
Oh, this is unfortunate. I lost the defense down. I get an extra turn because I hit him with speed down. Come on. Never lucky.
What a great boss.
Well, at least he's giving me a lot of counterattack damage. And yes, if you hit the mushroom back at him, he heals, so you don't want to do that. I believe he has 450
total. Is it 134 now? No. 84 left.
Just enough defense.
It's always stressful when he goes for Mario because you have less time to react.
Probably almost a jump now.
I ain't taking any chances.
Already.
This fight is butts.
Good choice.
Oh no. Okay. Good enough. Okay. Yorg. Alright, so now I'm going to hand it back off to Snoion. And he will be doing the next section up until the boss, which I will be taking over for, because he really wants to make puns while I do this boss.
Speaking of puns, we still do have a few more donations here.
Go for it.
Sure. We have $20 from one Mr. Shasta.
Nice.
Hey everyone! Shoutouts to Partners in Time, one of my favorite Mario RPG games. Alta Biscuit and Migu holding it down on the couch. Yoshizilla, Kirby Masta, and Oro in the audience, and everyone else who's watching. Oh, also Snoion and GhostKing. I just want to say good luck. We're all counting on you.
Thank you.
Also, congrats on not repeating Calathon, GhostKing.
Aw. Thank you, Shasta.
The shots.
We have $40 from X10 Power. I've been enjoying this event all week when I have time. Hope everyone involved is having a good time.
So now Yube has been, here's the first time we see Yube, and the Shroobs just decided to mess around and increase him to gargantuan girth. Also, this cutscene is really glitched if you do Kamek's kick. Like, the camera is completely wrong. Of course, he eats Baby Bowser, who just a bit ago ate our 2 Cobalt Star Shards to get him away from us. So we need to follow him. I'm still not sure if they like think that or if they just get eaten because they're so stunned by what's going on. So now the rest of this cutscene, or the rest of this dungeon, is going to be inside Yube's belly, or as I can't remember who in my chat referred to it as this, but I will forever refer to it as my favorite part of the game. So this is Barney's inside story, also known as Yube's belly.
But can you no controller it?
Oh no! Alright, so there's a previous cutscene in which Luigi picks up some cookies, but since we skipped that cutscene, I'm not sure what Luigi sacrificed to the gods in order to get these cookies, but he somehow has them out of nowhere. Which is amusing to me because the babies just ate a mountain of cookies and now they still want more. They're insatiable, I tell you.
Luigi's the uncle that feeds all the kids candy and cookies.
So there actually is a way to clip out of bounds on this screen, but for whatever reason, we're supposed to set this. We're supposed to open that gate by going to the top, going upwards into Yube's belly, and this screen is actually set into 2 different states depending on the before and after, and you can't actually clip out of bounds in the before, but you can in the after state.
The goal of this small area here in the first half of Yube's belly is to rescue a total of 6 Yoshis in order to push this boulder. And that will open up Yube's intestines, I guess, and let us go to the next area.
Yeah, it's not quite exactly clear on if Yube is organic or not, because there's a lot of like machine technology in him. So it's like I think he's kind of like an alien Yoshi cyborg.
There's a lot of things that are unexplained in this game.
I feel like it's better that way.
We don't need to know how the Yube is made.
Well, there's a big giant pink eggshell outside of the village at Yoshi's Island. So right here, if he presses Y immediately, he can guarantee that second shot and just completely, like, without looking, shoot the second burst of water and then actually move closer to the gate, which saves just a little inch of time. And so right here, we're going to reunite the adults and the babies, just because we want the EXP. And this is one of only a handful of normal fights in this game. It's going to be against a single one of these blue Shroobs, and they have 78 HP and are weak to ice. So if we're lucky, we should be able to, and good, we should be able to get the Shroob down in a single ice flower. Nice lucky.
Nice lucky, yeah.
So that saves like a couple of seconds of mashing. In addition, actually, if you get a defense down early, the defense down, I believe, does go off. So I've noticed whenever I get a defense down on that fight, it almost always goes down in a single ice flower.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like it doesn't actually contribute to the rest of the fireballs or ice balls in an ice flower, but sometimes it does. I'm not sure exactly how that works.
A little careful, this guy is not giving you a good pattern, but able to dodge. Worth noting, by the way, Spike Skip. That set of spikes back at Vim Forest is the only set of spikes in which we can skip and do something out of order. It's the only one where there's that one frame of the game thinking that you're on normal ground that we can exploit. Like, we couldn't do a spike skip there, for instance.
There's a few other places in the game, like some of the lava in 12 Caverns you can do that on.
Yeah.
Doesn't save time there. There might be one other spike pit somewhere, I don't know where you can do it.
Yeah. Worst of which is it would be useful in the desert later.
That's true, yeah.
Do we know what makes that one spike pit different than the others?
No.
There's not particular. There's like one frame in which that pit is considered like has like the pit has like is considered like just normal ground, and so we just abuse that.
Yep, it's just different.
Yeah. So here Snoion is going to use ledge clipping on these weird little pegs there. They're supposed to be kind of a hint towards a puzzle, but the fact that they're there actually allows us to do a ledge clip, and Yoshi teleports through the door the second we talk to him, because the door should be open, but it's not. Also, these dry bones have the worst, second worst, I would argue, projectile hitbox. They throw these bones at you, so...
Oh, they're definitely the worst.
Yeah. I personally have a harder time with the coconutters, but nobody likes the dry bones either, so much so that I actually have a Franker Face Z emote on my channel specifically for
Let's
dry
just say
bones.
both runes runs at some point.
Yes.
They're also some of the worst enemies in Superstar Saga, as Alta knows.
Yeah.
Nice, we got the double easy one to avoid.
Yeah, he has this. These Shroops have an attack where they summon this little remote control robot that will circle around the bros. If you jump on it, you can do a counter, but it's normally the slower of the two attacks. Nice. That was really good ice flowers. Just give a round of applause. That's not free. The single ice flowers on that. I can see the people behind me are really enjoying the voice clips of this game. They're pretty great. Like, I feel not enough RPGs especially these days, really kind of try to inject a sense of humor into their story. So, it's one of the things that really appeals to me about this series. So now that we have the 6 Yoshis, they're going to push the boulder, and it's gonna open up the enclosed passages of what I assume is Yube's intestine.
So we didn't mention this earlier, but this is actually going to be a 3-player run. Migu's going to take part and try for like a really hard trick that I can't do.
Yeah, I found this one, but it's super tight and subpixel perfect, which subpixels are units smaller than pixels that are based on a whole variety of factors. I don't know the specifics on them, but they're not nearly as consistent. So it's gonna try.
So I made the setup for the trick. Hopefully I get it somewhat soon. Hey!
Nice.
Oh.
So that we don't even go for in RTA attempts because
Yeah, that was good.
really tight. But the fact that since the glitch exhibition was met, we figured it'd be worth it to show off. Thank you, Migu.
Yeah.
That room is incredibly annoying. There's like 2 dry bones there that'll throw bones at you, and one of them you don't even see, so you have to like walk down until just far enough that you can see him, and then like walk away, and it's really slow and annoying.
That clip works pretty much the same way as the clip in Vim Factory, although it's a lot more precise just because of the geometry of the walls for whatever reason.
So now we kind of see what the Yoshis are doing in Yube's belly. They're being put through this stupid-looking washing machine that turns them into these pink eggs, and we don't really know what it's for. One character hypothesizes in a later cutscene that they're slowly turning into a monster. So this movement is actually calculated. He's trying to avoid getting into the aggro range of the dry bones. He's gonna go for a pretty swag jump here. Okay, and then the second one is a little tighter, but pretty consistent. Nice. You know this game is 2005 when a character says gnarly.
I don't know. That's almost early 90s, back to SMW.
Dude.
So now the Yoshis are all kind of looking for a way out. Which, if you see on the top screen, there's sort of a bottom, like, room. If you go there, it's a dead end. A lot of the Yoshis try going there, and they're like, what gives? Where's the exit? You have to actually go to this back section. So this is Toadbert. We saw him in a cutscene earlier, but he was also with Princess Peach when the Shroobs attacked. He doesn't remember what happened, so he has total amnesia. All he is doing here is he's trying to protect the Yoshi eggs, and he also has a drawing on him that kind of shows the last thing he remembers seeing, but it's super smudged up, and there's really not much information given here. So he kind of starts to feel upset because he thinks that there's a hopeless situation, and he says there's a big mean monster guarding the exit in the back.
Big mean monster. I wonder what that could mean.
An exit.
Oh yeah. Let's go. Yahoo.
That's my one contribution.
Hey! This is gonna be Pun City here. So
We can all use a bit of egging on now and again.
So
have I
this is
started?
the next most RNG boss in the game.
yeah, this fight can take anywhere from 5 to 7 minutes. Hopefully it takes closer to the 5 range. In the meantime, go ahead and get your donations in and just read off the ones with really bad puns. There's not a lot to explain to this boss. Migu, if you can count damage, that'd be useful. But we need to focus on the boss. He's got 5 eggs in front of him that he'll randomly throw at us, and we're going to want to break them. Break 5 so that on the top screen there'll be 5 Yoshis to throw a boulder at him to knock him over, and that's when we can really get some damage out.
Let's go.
But this fight's pretty easy for the most part.
Pretty over easy.
Very, very long. Oh, that's not good. It's gonna be a lot of ice flowers. You can read off a couple donations.
Sure. I've got $5 from RPD234. Good job on the Snoion and GhostKing Partners in Marathon. Please tell me this game has pixel vomit in it too.
Something like that. You'll see that in the glitch exhibition later. I won't give too many spoilers, but it's pretty great.
I have $1 from 3 Ducks. My favorite Mario brother is definitely Mario. Classics are classics for a reason. I have another $1 from 3 Ducks. No, wait. My favorite is Luigi. Slightly taller, slightly more baller. I have $10 from Coco Mouse. This goes out to the Hope family, who I keep telling to donate, and one actually did. But he did it wrong. Get good, Makuta. Love you.
Oh, no hammers. No hammers. How much damage does he have, Migu?
It's 444 now.
Okay.
Not too much yet.
I have $7.27 from Mr. W. Year of Luigi 2013 to 2018. Also, hi, GL.
Thank you.
So now that Sunnyside's pretty much the only enemy, you can do a lot of damage to the ice flowers.
Which can be a bad thing because he can like keep throwing the eggs, and that's happened to me before as well. And like lose a lot of time, basically run over.
So here I'm jumping. The eggs have 29 HP, so... Hopefully this time he'll either throw 3 of them, or he'll call another one and throw 4.
So luckies can screw you over in this battle as well. Like if you get a lucky when there are 4 on screen, and an egg breaks, there'll be a bunch of enemies on screen when he flips over and reveals his sweet spot.
I have $1 from 3 Ducks. Now, on second thought, my favorite is definitely Mario. Much more self-confidence, as befitting a hero.
Oh, that's actually really good.
Nice.
All right, so now we're going to be able to break the top egg with ice flowers. And we're going to have 3 turns to hit his weakness instead of 2. So Sunnyside is actually weak to fire, which is why we picked up rose flowers earlier. There'll be one other boss that's weak to fire later on, but in knocking him over like this, we're going to be able to get off a lot of damage. Also, when he's down, he has some of the easiest attacks to dodge in the entire game.
And since Luigi is the first one to attack while he's down, we'll get 3 throw flowers off, which is pretty good.
So we're looking for a lucky, possibly.
Yeah.
Wonder what the percentage of that is.
Probably 2 or 3%.
I got it in my PB, and it made this fight, like, super fast. The max I think I can do is about 80. That was good.
So 145.
It says critical, but critical actually just means that you've hit the weakness, not gotten lucky.
Yeah, definitely was confusing for me, and probably a lot of people playing this game for the first time. And when you do a critical hit, which is when you do a fire attack against an enemy like Sunny said, weak to fire, each fireball does 2 damage.
This fight is going excellently. Hey, I had to contribute 1.
I have $5 from Gamer Guy Dude. Muzz and SG are pretty cute, I guess. I have another $1 from 3 Ducks. You know what? Luigi is really my favorite. He can reach things on the tallest shelves with his higher jump.
That's a good point. Why didn't I think of that? My damage is actually really good, considering I can actually just barely take out the eggs in a single pair of jumps. All right. How much health is he at?
103.
Okay. Should be 3 more turns, hopefully. Just want to make sure I was on ice flower, because bro flowers I think do slightly less.
I have another $1 from 3 Ducks. I think Mario is really my favorite, just because he's faster and doesn't slide all over the place in Super Smash Brothers.
Nice.
Wow, nice. So now that should take care of him in next turn if I get good luck.
No, I'm gonna probably leave all of them down. Give you a hammer.
Oh,
Okay, let's see.
how much is he at?
34.
34.
So if we throw all of them, or 4 of them, then pretty good chance of being.
Hey, so she'll be able
Cooperative
to,
today.
for once in his life. I got a text message. I was like, oh, what's this?
Ugh.
I'm not clapping for myself here. I'm just clapping for how that actually going well and the boss cooperating. Like, thank you, sir. The one time I need you, you pull through. Oh, and I mess up. It's cool. It's only going to make a couple of things very marginally worse.
If you don't mind, I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom.
Go for it. I'll take over for the next part. Alright, now I think Yoshi agreed, or Snoion agreed to the next part.
Yeah, we're in it for the long haul now.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
So we kind of just decided on what parts we liked in order to like split up the run. Yoshi.
So we're taking the back exit out of you.
Don't think too much into this. I still think he's mechanical. And with that, we are done with Barney's inside story. Any % new controller. It's a DS. It's technically not a controller.
It's a console.
Got a few more comments here if I've got time.
Sure.
I've got $10 from Fango, which just says Wondershot.
Wondershot.
I have $40 from Delphi.
Hey, Delphi.
Delphi, my apologies.
It's
Good luck, GhostKing and Snoion. You can do the thing.
Do the thing.
Is that Trauma Center for a second?
We have $5 from Dragon7398. Hey, Brosentia. What do you call a pair of Pokemon masterminds? Mareep and Lucario, partners in crime.
Oh, that was bad.
We have $5 from Three Ducks. You expected an egg pun in this comment, right? Well, the yoke's on you.
Okay, I think you win my favorite one.
We have $1 from Derivatives. Hello, Snowy and Ghost. I'm so loving this run so far. Keep it up, my dudes. Scramble sunny side.
All right. So, Bowser ate so many cookies trying to keep the babies from eating them that he ends up coughing back up the Cobalt Star Shards. I don't know. The babies, not being too savvy, decide to pick it up without washing their hands first. Bowser actually gets the cookies because he claims credit for saving everyone, and of course the Yoshi don't see it. Yoshi champ. Of course Toadbert says, no, these are the real heroes. Seriously, they rock. And so that ends the Yoshi's Island scenario. The next scenario we're going to is Gritzy Desert. But first we're going to have to pick up a couple of things.
Mainly the first Infinite Bros item in the game, the Chain Chomps.
Yeah.
It's a little bit faster to go to the library to the shop here.
Yeah, so this was a strat actually I figured out not too long ago about a way to make the next fight a little bit easier, and this does save a bit of time, especially since we don't have the EXP badge, especially since we don't need the EXP from EXP badge. We're picking up red peppers, not for the next fight, but most fights for the rest of the run, as well as pocket chomps, which are, as we mentioned, the first infinite item in the game. There is also trampoliners, which can technically go infinite, but it's way more punishing than pocket chomps, and really, really hard to do well.
They have slightly less DPS as well.
Mm-hmm. So the way the Big Pow badge works is if you get an excellent on a bros attack, you gain times 1.6 damage. This actually this doesn't overlap with the times 1.4 damage you get from Red Pepper, so we're not going to use it on the next fight. But we're going to replace the Big Pow badge after the next boss, so it will be worth it to have those Red Peppers. Also, you saw EGAD references that the wormhole to the final dungeon, Shroob Castle, has opened up, but you need 5 Cobalt Star Shards in order to enter. Or, you're up really late at night and you find a way to get through it that is so aggravating.
This is basically where NES % would go straight to the end of the game.
This is where the task goes
Well,
pretty
yeah,
much straight to
it's
the
where
end.
you can go to the end of the game.
Since the glitch exhibition was met, we'll show off how to do that. All bosses doesn't actually use the glitch, unfortunately. It would be kind of neat if we had a way to route in going to the final dungeon early, because there's a lot of useful things you can find there. Unfortunately, though, it's a long detour, and not worth it to get what we get. What would it would make things faster, but it wouldn't save the time that you lose in doing so. So this is the roll ability, or I mean, we've called everything else this weekend Parabol. Why not just call it that too? Parabol. So they actually say that you can go to the sewers now with the ball move, and in the North American version, if you don't unlock the sewers, I believe it it can soft lock the game. This was corrected in this version, so we never have to do that. But now that we have the ball ability, we can go to Gritzy Desert, which is at the top of the Warp Hole 2 is at the top of the this part of the castle. You can, with really, really precise stair jumps, make it through here without using the roll ability, but that's pretty much TAS only. I tried for over an hour with some really good stair jumping, and I still just barely missed it.
Yeah, the best time you can get without balls around like 1.6 seconds remaining or something like that. So it's still really close. And also, it's not useful because you need the abilities to get in here. And also, now that we have gate skip too, there's not any point in getting here early.
It's the 6-9.
Anyways, so now we're going off to Gritzy Desert. If you've played Super Smash Bros. Brawl, and I think Smash 4 also has it, the music to this area was one of the few themes from this game that you hear in the Smash series. It's a pretty good tune. It's a genuine banger.
I don't remember if they had a remixed version there or if it was just this music flat out.
I think it's just this music flat out, just with, like surround and all that.
Mamma mia.
So yeah, we're not getting in there because there are literally thousands of Shroobs in here. Yeah, so this next cutscene, we're going to properly be introduced to Kylie Koopa, who mentions, there's some really important event going on inside the dome. I'm not going to talk during the cutscene, though, because it's kind of one of the funniest ones in the entire game.
Who's Kylie Koopa?
I don't know. Some character who appears in this game and Dream Team.
Mamma mia. La pipa na tutto armato tutto. Ecco, tutto levato l'abito. E mato tutto armato. Tutto messo tutto una macchina pato. E mato tutto armato. Tutto messo tutto una macchina pato. Oh yeah. Au au au.
I don't even know that move.
Luigi.
Year of Luigi. Okay, so the trick to this section is just really tight movement. We need to hit the statues that are facing each other because they each have a switch underneath them. But we're going to have to separate because they have a 10-second time limit.
This is one of the only places in the game where it's faster to use the ball ability.
Yeah, the ball ability is faster for movement overall, but the trade-off to it is you have to have the adults separately. And the game really does not like you going without all 4 characters for very long. And hence there's a ton of pipes that allow you to reunite the 4 of them. Pretty much at every every 4-person pipe, there is a pipe block that lets you reunite all 4 of them. And this is actually really nice, not just from a design standpoint, because it prevents you from, the time-consuming process of walking with one group to the other. But it also allows for many of these glitches to work because we're going to places that we shouldn't be able to reach. And it would soft lock us if we get into a lot of these situations without there being a way to get all 4 of them together. So we're going to do basically the same thing here. The movement in this area, I think, is actually kind of interesting from a routing standpoint, but not much is going on, so it's a good time for donations.
Sure. Let's see. We've got $10 from Bowie. I like this game. Donation to Runner's Choice. We have $3 from Daniel Fenton. What are you talking about? Sonic is clearly the best Mario brother. I have $2 from Steel Frost the Limit Breaker. Everybody say hi to Jay Mota in the crowd there. Hi, Jay.
Hi, Jay.
And spam your Parabol in chat. Also, who wants to meme that pic I posted on Twitter of Bowie? I feel like that would be a great sub-about for him. $2 to Jay's Choice, and for literally giving the stale speedrun bot not reasons to not kick me out like it did many times before. I consider it the Dumbo Decus of AI logic.
That was a great Symphonia run the other day.
Yeah. I have a $1 anonymous donation. Steak puns are a rare medium. Well done.
Bring on all your puns. I can take them.
I have $5 from Anonymous. Love you, Ghost. Keep up the wonderful puns.
Thank you.
I have $20 from After 5. Hello, GhostKing. I'm still mad at you for the donation comment you gave me during my run, but I'm just here to wish you good luck on copy flower strats. Try not to lose count after 5 copies.
I deserve that.
We have $7 from Larvitar.
Hey,
Oh,
Larvitar.
Snowy, I'm so disappointed in you. How could you not do anything when GhostKing beat up your very best friend, Sunnyside? Also, no hammers, and good luck for the rest for the both of you.
Thank you.
I really personally like this cutscene a lot because it kind of shows a little bit of character of the Shroobs. Apparently they all really like their queen, or princess. I mean, they're all princesses, but I think they treat her more like a queen. But this cutscene's pretty long. And they're speaking in a language that you can't really understand. There's a few words you can kind of pick up because some parts do get translated in later cutscenes, but the only word I've been able to consistently recognize is destroy, erase.
Destroy.
I think it's actually based on the Japanese. I think it's actually based on Japanese because there's like there's 2 letters, and then the word that it translates to is also 2 letters in Japanese, which is kesu, which again means destroy, erase, annihilate, etc. But yeah, still a lot of cutscene going on. So go ahead and read out for more donations or make some plugs, etc.
All right, just as a reminder for anyone that might be joining us, we do have 2 relatively new donation incentives for the Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix HD run. These are Fight All Absent Silhouettes, set at $10,000. So if you want to see that, be sure to get those donations in. It's currently sitting at a whopping $70. The other is Sing the Atlantica Songs, set at $5,000, of which we currently have $21. And during the event, you'll hear us talking about incentives and prizes, as I was just talking about. This means that you get to vote with your wallet to name characters, get our runners to complete difficult or ridiculous tasks, or help pick which story you get to see in certain games. You also become eligible to win prizes donated by community members. All donations go to NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For more information, you can check the channel bio for a link to the 28 tracker. That's rpglimitbreak.com/tracker. And if you are interested in donating, you can go to rpglimitbreak.com/donate.
So real quick there, we saw our princess get eaten by Petey, making his obligatory mid-2000s every game appearance. He was in just about everything back then. we're switching off with the babies as soon as possible because rolling is faster and we need to roll for a puzzle here. Right here, Snoion's going to actually break the adults up so you can slip through there instead of having to roll to the other side. And I'd say it's a couple seconds. So we're coming up on the second dark room of the run. It's actually going to be the last dark room we do because the glitches allow us to skip the next couple. But this one we're going to actually have to do relatively as intended.
Nice. That's a tricky jump right there.
I'm barely hanging on.
Nice. There we go. Alright, so upcoming is going to be the boss of this dungeon and the first use of pocket chomps. Thankfully, it's, I believe, going to be the only one we use in this category. Pocket chomps require a lot of focus, so we're going to ask that you just have just game audio sent to Snoion's headset, and we'll commentate for it. There's going to be a cutscene here, so you can go ahead and do that, but yeah, he's going to want to focus really hard on this.
Mamma mia!
Also, this cutscene is amazing.
They are our guest stars.
Of course, Luigi overshooting it.
Just imagine if you just took the Shroob with you for the rest of the game instead of Luigi.
Yeah.
Luigi!
Okay.
So to start off, we're going to try to get defense down. And also by creating a grate on the ice flower, that'll allow Mario to get power boost because he has the big pop badge on.
There we go.
Nice.
That's good. Alrighty.
Hope you're good at counting.
Yeah, so this attack's going to take about 2 minutes and 40 seconds if he does it perfectly. And the goal is to 1 cycle.
I would imagine with this boss, like many others, that if it's at low HP, the attacks get much longer.
Yeah, that it does.
Also, this boss has 900 HP, but on the US version it has 1100, I think. So this is where part of the game where you really start to notice the difference between the US and worldwide boss health differences.
The nice thing about infinite attacks in this game is once you deplete their HP, it stops automatically. In Superstar Saga, you don't get that luxury. You have to count. Better be seeing some greats in chat.
That was really good.
Yeah.
That is something that takes a lot of practice and a lot of work to get right. I personally have only ever been able to one cycle him once, and you see when he makes a mistake, he has to kind of make up for it. It's really hard to be able to focus in such a way that you get the baby's little bonus hit when when you've just made a mistake before. That's the reason why we actually use pocket chomps instead of trampolines. If trampolines fail, it basically cuts off your damage. But pocket chomps, he can afford to miss a jump or two every now and then. But if you miss 2 back to back, it's pretty much over on that attack. And getting it in a single cycle like that saves a lot of time, because when he's down to below half HP, he will go into a desperation mode in which all of his attacks take mondo amounts of time.
I can confirm that chat thinks this is great.
Nice. Also, this cutscene is pretty great.
Oh no.
Alrighty, so right now we're going to pick up the second most important set of equipment. And that is going to be, it's going to be the muscle slacks and I think star pants is what it's called, thrilling pants. These do nothing for defense, but they raise offense by 20 and then 15 in the thrilling pants for the babies. And then most importantly, we're going to get the Dire Pal badge, which is similar to the Power Rush badge of Paper Mario. And the way it works is if you're under a quarter of your max HP, your damage goes up by 2.5 times as much as normal. This does actually stack with red peppers, so we're going to be able to do some ridiculous sums of damage to bosses coming up.
Yeah, so there's 2 types of damage increasing badges. The Big Pow badge increases your POW, but Dire Pow badges actually increase the damage dealt, so that calculation is done after the rest of damage calculation. So that means it does stack with red peppers.
Yeah, so if we're getting the red peppers plus the Dire Pow, it ends up being times
3.5 times total.
Yeah, 3.5. So even though we're at really low levels, that in tandem with the thrilling pants and muscle slacks means that we can do some pretty crazy numbers for this portion of the run. I'm not sure how Petey's leaves are able to carve through what appears to be stone. Then again, he can just hit a baseball with his leaf, with a leaf without even charging up, and it can go 400 feet in baseball, so. Careful enemy dodge there. By the way, am I picking up on the mic audio just fine? Okay. So here we have this little time-based mini-game. This is entirely luck, so hopefully we get as few cycles as possible. My best ever is second cycle and then first on the next 2, so...
I've gotten all ones one time.
Yeah.
So that should tell you how lucky.
And my worst is like 5, 4, and 3, so... This could be anywhere from like 4 to... What is that, 13? That's really good luck.
Pretty good.
Yeah, so only 2 extra cycles there.
Go RNG.
So right here, he's actually going to break up ball form before entering the loading zone here, because if you enter this loading zone while in ball form, the top screen needs to load, and you can't control the adults. And there's only a couple of frames in which you can push down to avoid yourself falling off of the edge there, and that just wastes a lot of time. This room can be a little tricky. These bombs are not the easiest to work with, but thankfully they don't go up past a certain point on the y-axis. So here he has a little rolling mini game where he needs to get to the end. At the end, you hear a jingle that you hear nowhere else at any point in the video game, and I don't know why it's just there, but it's so silly that I know Mr. Shasta actually uses it as a sub sound now.
We skipped the only other time that it's played in Shroob
Yeah, I think
Castle.
it's yeah. Nice 420.
Ah.
Yes.
So coming up, he's actually going to want to get into an encounter, and the reason he wants to get into an encounter is to essentially kind of abuse what happens when the adults die and you run away from battle.
Oh no.
Just gonna bully Luigi a little bit more.
Yeah, so this encounter is really good because there are 3 enemies, which guarantees there's no chance of wiping. So he's getting Baby Mario deliberately hit here. The reason being that'll make this attack target Luigi. So he has a safety net with Baby Luigi so that he can run away here. And now Baby Mario's health doesn't matter. Everyone's health really doesn't matter because they get one shot by everything. But now the adults and Luigi are at 1 HP each. And this means that Dire Pow is going to be active. There's a little cheeky jump you can do to dodge this encounter. Later, nerd. Yeah, so we just need to hit 3 blocks here to proceed.
Depth perception is not your friend in that room, for sure.
Yeah, the block's positioning is just like the shadows are just an outright lie. So it's actually faster to hit the second of the pipe blocks and just roll through here. Almost got into that Shy Guy encounter. Alright, so upcoming is Petey, and he's going to take a save here because if he gets hit once, that will ruin the fight, pretty much.
Or no.
Well, unfortunately, a 1-up mushroom puts them out of Dire Power range.
Yeah, and there would be no way to get back into it. And it really matters on this fight because after Petey gets to low HP, his attacks take an eternity.
So let's study this really quick.
There's just this big piece of paper here that says Petey Piranha cheat sheet. Yeah.
48-point font.
Yeah. So if Petey has three initial attacks, he'll be on the top screen and then he'll dive into the bottom screen. If he's facing towards the bros, that means it's gonna hit Luigi first and then Mario second. And if he's facing right, it's gonna hit Mario first and Luigi second. And if he spins, it hits both at the same time. It is one of the few attacks in the game where the timing is so tight that you can't just push both A and B at the same time to dodge. Okay. This is also the only fight in the run where we use trampoliners.
Let's go. Oh,
Don't kill me.
Nice.
So we're gonna hope for ice flowers to reduce defense here.
Now, the reason you're going to use trampoliners is because he's a flying
Nice.
enemy, right?
Nice.
Yeah, so you can't get the bonus damage with the baby's hammer because he's in the air.
Yeah, so we're gonna use the red peppers because it usually takes 2 trampoliners to kill him. He has 1,000 HP, so right now we need to do 883. And it's really good when he does the spin because you know exactly what to do. His attack really throws you off a lot of times.
So let's see if I can one cycle. I'm pretty rusty at trampoliners though.
Okay,
nice.
that's lucky.
It's all good though, and we get another shot.
Yeah, so he's done about half of what he needs
400
to.
left. Wow, nice.
Alright, we're good.
Nice.
That is way harder than it looks. Like it's not pocket chomp level, but it's still really challenging. Okay, so next up. Yo ho. Hee ho, yo ho. Okay.
Would you like to do the shopping too?
Sure.
Okay.
Because I have something special in planned.
Nice.
All right, so there's Kylie, and also the third Cobalt Star Shard, which it feels like it's been a while since we got one of those. A little over an hour now, an hour and 10 minutes by now. Unlike, you know, the Paper Mario games where you sort of collect the stars in order. It's like this game is, they're kind of all over the place. You get like 2 really quickly, and then a long time between the second and third, and a pretty long time between the third and the fourth, and then no time between the fourth and the fifth. Also, Kylie notices something really fishy about the Cobalt Star, but it doesn't explicitly tell us. Like, it's kind of just a recurring theme with that item in general. So she says that Peach was actually not consumed by Petey. She was spat back out somewhere else. So we need to go find her. Hey, there she is. Oh no.
So this is another break of the run. This cutscene's really long and there's no text, so you can like rest your fingers for a little bit.
Turns out Princess Peach was... ta-da! Infected by a Shroob mushroom, but doesn't seem to have completely taken over her. Alrighty, go ahead and read off a couple donations. Not a whole lot's going to be happening here.
Sure, I've got $10 from Jantinus. I have to say, the Mario and Luigi games are awesome. They are a blast to play casually, and it is amazing to see how broken some of the games are in speedruns. Anyhow, here's another $10 to fight the mentally ill. I have $10 from Garyon. You could say it is a ball. We have $5 from Coco Mouse. Good luck during Shadow Queen.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I actually made a mistake here. Well, that's fine. I'll just do it this way then. Made a little overworld movement mistake, forgetting where I'm at.
We have $10 from Critical Sid.
Hi, Sid. Botanic Attack.
I unfortunately couldn't attend RPG Limit Break this year, and work caused me to miss more of it than I'd like, but I can't let the marathon finish without getting a donation in. Glad I'm able to catch this nice and colorful game at least. Good luck, guys. Knock it out of the park. P.S.
I see what you did there, Sid.
Please make sure GhostKing knows I spelled colorful with a U.
I knew exactly where that was going. Big bag. That's the Sid.
Yeah.
It's a shame the dream is dead. The Botanic Attack is no longer.
For those of you just joining us, you're watching RPG Limit Break 2018, sponsored by Twitch, proudly supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI. If you want to get involved in the fight against mental illness and the stigmas it can bring, reach out to NAMI via their state organizations or on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, on Instagram and Twitter as at NAMI Communicate, or check out their Tumblr blog, notalone.nami.org. It is not weakness to need help. Reach out if you think you need help.
So we're getting the upgraded versions of each ability in tandem with the babies. So we're going to get Baby Cakes and Baby Spin, which is where we spin into the babies to get additional height. And then we get Baby Cakes, which allows us to flatten the babies into a pancake. This will allow them to get under tight surfaces. There's also a secret ability the game doesn't want you to know about, but we're going to use that in the run. That combines everything we've learned thus far. I'm not even sure if that's like a glitch or if it's just like programmer oversight. But it's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, you can go off and read a couple more donations.
Just give a plug for some of our upcoming donation incentives. Still open right now. For Chrono Trigger, we have a bid war going for the Death Peak Hug, where Marley is in the lead with $580 versus Luca, with $502. So if you'd like to make that choice, get your donations in now. We're only a couple of hours out from the start of Chrono Trigger.
What happened to that bid war? I thought Luca was ahead like $200. All right, I'm changing my runner incentive from this point on. Team Luca.
We also have the option to name any or all of the characters. So if you have a specific name you want to see for the characters in Chrono Trigger, be sure to get those in. The Wonder Shot finish on Lavos Core is at $7,890 out of $10,000. And for those of us who may not have heard yet, we do have two relatively new donation incentives for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix HD. Fight all absent Shillouettes, set at $10,000, and sing the Atlantica songs, set at $5,000. So if you want to see those, you have a while to get those in, but those are some pretty lofty targets, so be sure to get your donations in.
So I actually didn't waste time. I'm not supposed to go to the library till after, that's right. Okay, so right now I don't actually need gear. What am I doing here? So I'm here to pick up a couple of things. The biggest one is going to be Copy Flowers, which is one of the best bros attacks in the entire game. And we're going to pick this up because memes. Yeah, the Smash Shake is the only bros item in the game that doesn't actually ever get used in the route, but there is one place in particular where it is okay to use. I'll leave that one to Snoion, though. I think it's marginally faster to throw the babies and then roll into this room, but like I had gone far enough that it was just, not worth it at that point. So we've neglected to mention that Adult Bowser exists and has not been seen for the entirety of this game. So at the absolute worst time, he's coming in to try and kidnap the princess.
And of course, he just eats anything.
And conveniently for him, he's able to create a smoke screen. That doesn't seem to affect him. I love that there's like the Goomba stomp sound effect when he picks the princess up. Also, one of the few times a cutscene happens on the top screen. I mean, have you played the original Mario Brothers? Dude can jump. Or Super Mario Brothers. Alright, so now we need to get to that wormhole to meet Peach. Thankfully, now that we have the baby spin, we can reach that time hole. So you can go off and fire like one donation. We're just going to head on over there. We're sneaking through the library here to save a second on loads, but that's really about it.
Well, I'd love to, but I have no donations to read right now. If you'd like to take the opportunity to get your donations in, pay a visit to rpglimitbreak.com/donate. As I was just saying, we have lots of donation incentives open for you to influence the runs in whatever way you so choose.
Alright, so the next area we're going to is Thwomp Volcano. And if you've never heard the Thwomp Volcano song, well, it's never going to leave your head, so just brace yourself for a total earworm.
Should you do it right now? All right.
You had to get a recorder for this. Shout out to Migu. We had to learn how to do that like in a day.
Shout outs to Cordelian for giving me that recorder too.
Thank you, Cord. Okay, I'm not doing movement correctly here. So, oh no. Yeah, the yeah, the corners on this screen are kind of awful. There's a lot of ball rolling. I feel like the movement on Thwomp Volcano is probably one of the most interesting sections for the entire run. Oh no, Luigi! Okay. So I don't have the babies with me. If I get hit here twice, I will die. So I can't actually afford to get hit there. We went a whole like 2 hours without any, no, we got like one unintended encounter. So that's my first of the run. So this room is kind of tantalizing. There is a glitch you can do with ledge clipping that would allow that we would be able to do top screen storage on this and skip half of this area on this version of the game if it wasn't for the fact that the place we can do ledge clipping on is just a handful of pixels too far to the left. So if anyone could find a way to do top screen storage on this part, we would save a lot of time.
Yeah, there's a way to do it on the US version. It requires an exclusive glitch that's really weird called Luigi warping. And yeah, it's also hard, but it will save a couple minutes on that version. There's no way to do it on this version. If there was a way to get in the top screen that babies were just in with the adults, then you could skip the rest of this area.
Bit of an odd stair jump there, because you have to go horizontal and then vertical, rather than the other way around like usual. Alright, this enemy can be a bit of a jerk. Let's see here. Oh, darn.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the window for Guardian's attacks is pretty big.
I have lost a run on this part, and we don't have a safety save, so I'm not gonna take any chances here. I was trying to do a jump with the babies there, which would cause an encounter not to happen, but... So you see there, since I think they're called flax, was on top of the babies, I got an extended period of not being able to trigger an encounter. Also, thankfully during this cutscene, the babies return to normal size, so I don't have to wait for them. This guy's being a jerk. There we go. So there's a advanced red coconutter
Hey,
here,
they're
so
back.
nobody wanted them back. All right.
I think that Toad explains how to use that machine to make the wind go higher.
And that last ramp looked kind of weird from the angle. It almost made it look like stairs.
Alright, so we're almost up to Thwomp Volcano. Just a couple more screens to go. So there's a cycle here that's like virtually impossible to make. This is going to be a little interesting. There's a cloud that I'm looking for at the top of the screen here. So I have a little bit of leeway here. That cloud is always going to sail to the right as soon as it appears on screen.
As far as I know, it's legitimately impossible to make the cycle.
Ooh.
I think it's fine if only Mario makes it. Like, I can make it far enough to the right to hit the switch anyway. But yeah, that was kind of clutch. That was kind of close. Real quick here, you actually only have to jump with Mario up here to hit this loading zone. Oh, so there's the princess's crown. Right next to an active volcano. Surely nothing can go wrong with us being right here. Oh no, the volcano is about to blow. So, like any sensible adults carrying our past selves, we're going to do the smart thing here and just, you know, ditch them and roll away. They'll be fine. I mean, most of us flew here. You've all heard the airport security alert, you know. Take care of yourself before helping others. Like, even when, you know, dealing with your past selves, that if anything happens to them, you know, something could happen to you. I don't know. This game doesn't do time travel too great. See, they'll be fine.
I mean, if you think about it, you technically are taking care of yourselves if you do that, right?
EGAD just picks the most interesting places to set up shop.
He actually says after this, because his lab's about to get a bit of a rude awakening. There they are. There's the babies. They're fine. He actually says, I heard there's a place for cheap over by this mansion on a hill. Yowzer. So the guy living near a volcano hears you say, what, the volcano's erupting? Right.
It only took till now for them to feel the shock down there.
Yeah, so you see there's a pipe right outside of his house. There is a way to get to that pipe if you could get out of bounds, but unfortunately, like we said, Luigi warping is the only way to get out of bounds, and we don't have the ability to do that on this version. So we need to charge to the full 9 here, and then hit this block 9 times. I'm like slightly moving towards it with each hit, so that it travels less distance and saves a couple of frames. So seeing this in action causes EGAD to get an idea about a pump to douse things. And this is quite possibly the most ridiculous cutscene in the entire game. But there's not really a whole lot going on here, very little text, so this is a good time for donations.
Sure, I've got a $5 anonymous donation. Congrats to GhostKing for not having a blonde moment during that amazing chain chomps. Piston Miner does not endorse this. We have $10 from Chibi Shala. Hashtag Team Luca.
Go Team Luca.
We have a $100 anonymous donation.
Yo, nice.
What is happening, and why is there a man playing a recorder?
There are two people to blame for that, and that's Migu and Cordelium. And that was Migu's idea.
We have $5 from Tiny Tim 78.
Yo, Tiny Tim.
No donations again. Here's another one then. Loving the run, Snoion and Ghost. Have seen this quite a bit on Ghost's stream, and it's always amazing. Cheers, all. We have an anonymous $75 donation with no comment. We have another $5 from Mr_Shasta.
Yo.
This is for Migu and his beautiful recorder playing. Pretend I'm throwing this into your theoretical hat on the ground.
Thank you.
So Egad got the idea for a massive pump, so he's just going to shoot a literal ocean of water into a volcano. And put it out.
Physics.
Physics, time travel, like none of this makes sense and it's glorious. Also like this little cloud that just comes in and blows all the smoke away. These are the little things.
My big moment's finally here.
Is that the same cloud that was on that cycle earlier?
He basically tells you he only did that to show off too. Alright, so I don't think I need to save. This fight's easy enough even if I do mess up.
I've said that a few times before too.
Getting to another counter to activate dire status.
Yeah, this encounter always has 3 enemies, so this is actually really good. This guy can do an attack that spins around, and I never want to see that. Okay, this is actually really good. If he hits both the adults, then I can dodge his last attack, and I don't have to watch the animation of one baby picking up the other. Oh, I didn't realize he fired twice sometimes. I'm used to actually getting hit by the first one. Okay, never mind. It's fine. Alright, so the next boss is Miss Thwomp, and she's going to be the first boss where we get to see Copy Flowers. And why Copy Flowers is so amazing.
Copy that.
The best part of Copy Flowers is the facial expression after getting hit and then just having it happen over and over again.
So these Thwomps were upset that they were looking forward to the volcano eruption. And I mean, they're made of rock, so it doesn't matter too much to them. And so this husband had been this is husband and wife, and the husband had been waiting for a long time. So the wife gets really angry and takes out her rage on us for putting out the volcano. Okay, that was good. Red peppers. And then Copy Flowers away. So this attack is kind of similar to like Super Jump in Mario RPG, except it involves all 4 face buttons. This phase has about 230 or 250 HP, so this doesn't take too long. It's the second phase I'm worried about. So now she's going to split up into 4, and you can tell which one is the real one because the real one has square teeth, and like it has all her teeth. And there's one that has a chip on the back of its head, and that's also fake, even though it has the right teeth. The fakes all have 50, so if they attack Mario at least once, then it's guaranteed to break. Okay. Actually, I should have been tapping up instead of scrolling down, but... So, hopefully I can get this in one go.
Yeah, you got this.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, Copy Flowers get faster and faster, and it can get to really insane speeds.
It caps off at about after 60 hits. It becomes really, really tight. Migu, do you know the frame data on that?
Yeah, the fastest speed is 19 frames per hit, and I think it's a 5-frame window. So it's not very precise to get the actual window, but since it's just so fast and it's just timing, reacting to what bro is coming up next, is the hard part.
And like many things in this game, it's RNG as well. So if you get a bunch of babies at the beginning, it can be really hard to actually one-cycle miss a storm. But we got pretty lucky that time.
Okay. Do you have a save file for the soft lock of the volcano, by the way? Or do we want to just show that off now?
You can save and show it off now, yeah.
Okay. We're making pretty decent time, so...
Oh yeah.
So we tell the Thwomp here, who gets really angry at us for attacking his wife, you know, don't attack women, and that sort of reignited some of his spirit. And we tell him, hey, we're only doing this because we need to get into the volcano to save the princess. And so they say that they consider that very admirable. And Luigi, of course, being selfish and not helping himself up to the Thwomp. So now the four of us are on top of him, and his wife's like, I want to go with you too. And he's like, you, too heavy. Word of advice, do not ever tell that to your significant other. Jerk. Oh, Kirby.
More
So-
cutscenes.
Yeah. So Bowser has wound up in the volcano with Princess Peach. And along the way comes a certain familiar face. A brattier version of Bowser. This cutscene's pretty great because these two can actually speak to each other, and like little kid Bowser calls the older one a copycat, old geezer, and the older one's like, you stupid little brat, you'll never amount to anything. Oh no. All right, so I think there is a faster route for this at the moment, but we haven't actually routed that into the route just yet. So what I'm going to do is head back up to here because that boss fight healed me back to full, and there's going to be a boss very, very soon. So I'm going to get myself into an encounter here. Come on. And deliberately death abuse one more time. This is going to be the last fight we use dire pow abuse.
Yeah, it's possible to get into dire status during the next boss battle, but it's not really consistent because there's a few different attacks that you can do. So yeah.
And some of the attacks are the absolute worst. So I'm actually going to hand it over to Snoion for the boss, but for the volcano skip, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, so there's a way to skip the entire volcano, which is the reason, or the entire caverns, which is the reason why those needed to get into dire status outside of the volcano, not inside.
Yeah, there are no enemies along the way for us to actually do that. So I'm going to save first because due to the glitch exhibition, we don't actually have a save for this right now, but since we're here, we might as well show this off. So Migu, do you want to explain this trick and how it was found?
So yeah, the corner right here has a pretty bad collision. On the US version, you kind of just run right into it and get out of bounds. On this version, it's a lot more precise. There, just got it. And now there, nice. So what he did, so after getting out of bounds, there's this like small sliver area where you can be, and there's a wall on the very right edge, and you can't get through the wall, but the wall is thin enough you can do something called a ball clip. And let's watch this first.
Yeah, so we want to get to that bottom pipe, but since the game is in a weird state, if you try and go to this pipe, you just have a really silly looking soft lock. I've actually never seen it do this. Usually Mario just falls. I don't know
Actually a lot
what.
better than what's usually
This,
happens.
this is not actually what's supposed to happen, and it's kind of better. Okay, I think I'm still soft locked though. So,
Yeah, so now we're gonna do this at that glitch again.
and this time it's actually going to let us proceed.
So once you clip slightly out of bounds, you, by getting to that weird corner, you're in the small area that's still not quite. You can't click fully out of bounds. But whenever you're under a ball facing left, the ball forms 8 units to the right, and so you can use that to clip through this wall. It doesn't work on many walls in the game, but there are a few it does, and this is one of them.
Yeah, so this is you have to hold down for a specific number of frames to align subpixels. So this is frame perfect, subpixel perfect, but it's actually way easier than it sounds. There's sort of a visual indicator for it.
Yeah, you can essentially buffer it because it's the D-pad input. You don't have to like actually hit it on the exact frame.
Okay, so we did it again.
And also right there, once you get there, you have to press left for just 1 frame while in spin formation, or else the ball clip won't work. By going through this pipe, we get to the very end of the dungeon.
Yeah, and thankfully this part doesn't soft lock us. That was great though, Luigi walking out of bounds. I've never seen that. So I'm going to hit this block and then save, and then I'm going to hand it off to Snoion because this boss fight's pretty tricky and he's a little better at it than me, and he also really wanted to do the fight.
Yeah, it's my favorite fight in the game.
This boss has some pretty mean attacks, so it's worth it to save, even though we have to watch a minute cutscene before this goes on.
So hopefully we can get a pretty crazy coffee flower. Don't count on it though.
Let's go.
Babies.
So the Bowsers have decided that they have a lot in common, so they're going to team up with us, or with each other against us.
No, that part of it's not for another couple of games.
Yeah.
So, banger alert.
Have their own unique boss theme here. And several really annoying attacks. This is being the most annoying. Yeah, like, the timing on that is ridiculous, and it can go on for more hits than I think developers really should have programmed in there.
That's that was a pretty long one. Usually it ends before that. But. And since when you die, if you revive, as Al said earlier, a one up will put you at half health. 1-up DX will put you at full health. So none of them will put you at less than full health. So it's just better to soft reset and try it again.
I think that's our first death of the run. Well, we did have to soft reset
Hopefully
a few
the
times.
only one.
Yeah, I did have to soft reset a few times for the money glitch. Babies.
It's almost like we watched this cutscene already.
Also, you can see how much damage that deals right now, 135. So at this point in the game, for quite a while, everything's just gonna one-shot us.
We have no armor whatsoever, or defense. There we go.
Nice.
All right, come on, good copy flower. Let's go. So, Baby Bowser here, I believe, has 650 HP.
Yeah,
Something.
730, I want to say 730, but something
Yeah.
like that.
You get him below a certain amount, he will heal, but that's actually good because it doesn't cost time. Nice.
Okay.
There was some level of luck with the bros he was getting, but that's still really difficult. So with good copy flowers here, he should just be able to one-turn Bowser.
Yeah, one cycling him is pretty crazy.
Ooh. It's really good damage.
This is also an example of a boss that counterattacks.
Hopefully this kills him. If not,
I think
it'll be okay.
Oh, he's got like 100 left, I think.
That's okay. Not a big deal.
Sometimes he tries to do this little fake, cheeky fake out.
Yeah, he's about, I think he's around 130 left.
Oh man,
Oh.
it's okay. We're close
We're
enough
pretty
in the
much
fight.
done anyway,
Yeah.
so we just have to survive.
Oh yeah.
Alright, one more cannonballers.
Probably get a smash egg too.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah, you
the-
don't dire power. I think you do copy flower.
I didn't actually mean to mess that up, but we'll just pretend like I did.
RNG manipulation. Which there is RNG manipulation in this game, but it's really hard to do. I'm not super precise.
That should work. No.
Nice. Okay.
Oh
No,
no,
that
it
was
was
the
done.
end.
That was the end. And a little.
Yeah, he's probably like 10 left.
A bit longer than intended, but it's okay.
Smash egg hype?
Yes.
No, we're saving that for later.
There is one ample opportunity to use one amazing opportunity to use Smash Egg. We're not gonna waste it until then.
There we go.
Calculated.
Definitely meant to take that long. All RNG minute. Wait for later on.
If I'm not mistaken, it's the red shells that have the highest DPS. Is that right?
Yeah, they're pretty tricky. We also don't have access to them just yet.
We will in a few minutes though.
Six.
So this just shoots them way out of the volcano. And Bowser is going to end up... they go through the block too because we never cleared those, which you're supposed to. And Bowser is going to land back in the time hole conveniently. And baby Bowser is, well, you'll see. Kind of convenient he lands the one place that he wouldn't just, you know, fall to a gruesome fate. So we got another cutscene here. Just pretty standard stuff happening. You got plenty of time for donations.
Sure, we've got a $20 donation from No Talent Combo. I checked the incentive list, and there isn't one to not hear the recorder again. Donation to his choice, provided he stops. I've got a $20 anonymous donation. Hey, GhostKing, are you and Maru still doing fine? Wish I was there to get ramen again. Good luck, both of you, and we'll see if I can make it again another year. I've got a $10 donation from Gray. I might need the audience's help with this one a little bit. $10 to naming Chrono Para, because you know why. Can you tell me why? Paraball! There we go. I've got $55 from Lethalin116, which just says Wondershot.
Wondershot!
And we've got $5 from Cloud Nixus. Gotta go fast. Zoom, zoom.
So this is the mothership of the Shroobs, and there used to be a really annoying dungeon here. I think we should just outright show them the better skip for this one. There was an old trick to save a couple minutes here, but that got outdated by another trick that saves even more time. And it's my favorite trick. It's one of my favorite tricks in the game. It just uses ledge clipping. But what I like about it is the community did not miss an opportunity for a fantastic name for an ability, or for a skip. So we're about to perform what we call Mother Skip. Mothership Skip for short. So you're supposed to go around this long ring. There's these really annoying enemies along the way. There's like you have to hit a couple of switches and make a block like go into random places. It's all kinds of annoying. So we're just going to use ledge clip in tandem with ball clipping here.
No. So yeah, Migu found out that we can just like do the same thing we're going to do later on to get the babies.
So you just take them out here instead of having to hit the switch.
So that's new. I haven't been doing it. I don't know if you have Ghost. But
I haven't actually. I've just been I'm just hitting the switch. So that skips the annoying part of the mothership. Now we can just go to the back here. And this game wants you so hard to believe that there's going to be a boss here. There's a save block up there, and there's a save block just downstairs, so that's multiple save blocks. So this Peach is a hologram. Shadows 1,000-year door. It was a trap.
There's something really not right about this princess.
Of course, we got a bit of a surprise of our own here. I do think it's kind of cool how there's those two Shroobs that stand in front of the princess to protect her. Even though she's stronger than, like, all of them combined. Oh, hey, it's Kylie again.
Getting some great shots in of one form or another.
So she tells us that she may have found a use for the key that she found in Petey's belly that should have a use on the mothership, and we'll see what exactly that does. Right now is a good time for donations.
All right, let's see what we've got. Let me just give you an update on a couple of our donation incentives. We have cleared 8,000 of 10,000 for the Wondershot finish on Lavos Core. That's just $2,000 to go for the end of the Chrono Trigger run. I'm sure we can do that. And as a reminder for anyone who might just be joining us, we do have 2 relatively new donation incentives for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix HD. Those are Fight All Absent Silhouettes, set at $10,000, of which we currently have $210. And we have Sing the Atlantica songs, set at $5,000, for which we currently have $21. So if you want to see or hear those, be sure to get your donations in by the time our last run rolls around.
It's kind of funny how the elevator on the top screen is just stuck there in the middle during that cutscene, even though it could theoretically go on forever.
Got $5 from Dan God, which just says Blorp.
Blorp. So yeah, that was all fake. There's no boss here. Ah, raspberries. That would be a really useful ability.
Just like his cheeky face while doing that too. It's like, look at me. I'm defying the laws of gravity.
Just doesn't understand the gravity of the situation.
I like this part too. Like, they could throw just about anything at her, and they throw one of their own. This whole bit's great for things that are kind of subtle. So Bowser's up here and he's upset because he hears people laughing and he thinks, are people down there enjoying cookies without me? But this part's great. What's this? I don't know. Ha 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 ha. So I'm like really certain amnesia doesn't work this way. So Toadbert's just sitting here minding his own business.
Oh no.
Trying to repair the village. He feels like he's on the cusp of remembering something, but he doesn't know what it is. And donk. And so that manages to jar his memory. And not seem to hurt him otherwise.
So we're going to probably the most broken area of the game. Yoshi's Island's probably tied with this area as well.
So this area involves glitches that used most of what we've learned so far.
First, we're going to go to the shop and get risk badges, which are going to be essentially an upgrade to Dire Pow badges.
Yeah, risk badges, if we had a way to get to Toad Town earlier, which there is a warp hole from the sewers that comes here, but we can't actually make it through because there's a closed gate. If we could get risk badges, it would make any percent considerably different. So we're also going to buy star trousers for Luigi, because we're going to get a better pair of pants for Luigi. But that'll give him some defense, and by that I mean a lot of defense for later on in the run. He's also going to pick up a couple of red shells, as well as mix flowers, pretty much as many as he needs. So we should be good on items for the rest of the game. He's also going to buy a couple of 1-up supers, so for safety purposes, and then sell every mushroom we have. Because the way Risk Badge works is it's the antithesis of the Mush Badge in Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. In that it the fewer mushrooms you have, the more damage you do. In this game, however, it's all mushrooms, so max mushrooms, mushroom drops, and 1-up mushrooms.
So now we're going to do pretty much skip this entire area using top screen storage like back in Yoshi's Island.
Yeah, this is the first time, though, I believe we use top screen storage with the adults.
Yeah, so adult top screen storage is a lot more OP compared to baby top screen storage, because you can just get on a top screen and then switch to babies and the adults stay on the top screen. So
Yeah.
as long as you can get adults on a top screen, that's top screen storage.
Yeah, the adults I think are pretty much programmed to never be on the top screen. So if they ever go there, weird things happen.
And the other thing about adult top screen storage or TSS is that they always exit on the same coordinates as they are supposed to exit that loading zone. Unlike the babies just exit at 0, 0.
It's a little known fact, if you pop up underneath an enemy, you can actually knock it above you, and that can sometimes be a safer way to avoid enemies. He needs to be careful on that as well. If he goes to the right side, he can soft lock the game, so...
Now we're doing the same glitch again. This is a ledge clip, by the way, again, to get into the house. And then switch to the babies, and now spawn the adults all out of bounds. Just completely skip opening all those gates.
Yeah, so if we could get past that gate, we would be able to Death Abuse and warp to the north side of Toad Town to buy a bunch of stuff. There actually is a really, really hard way to skip through the first gate in Toad Town, which we called Toad Town Early. Unfortunately, we can't really make much use of it yet, and not to mention the means to get it are insane. So I'm going to be taking over for Star Hill and Star Shrine, which are my personal favorite sections of the game. As well as they have my favorite boss of the run. And then after that, Snoion will be taking care of Endgame. These little slopes here are like similar to any other slant in the game, so stair jumping works here as well. Also, this is the best song in the game. Like, I will argue the best song in the entire series, even more so than Bowser's Inside Story's final boss, which is a pretty darn good song in and of itself. You can just hear the Kingdom Hearts in this one, though. So here we need to wait.
Ballin'.
You know, I just realized we kind of have a Shimamura block here. Here to end the marathon.
Yeah, I think they had very minimal involvement. I think this
Still
year
counts.
This year is similar to Limit Break 2016 in that I think every day had a run where something on that day had some involvement of Shimamura, including Breath of Fire, which was literally one song, but still counts. Alrighty. So this is my favorite fight in the game. This is Commander Shroob. He summons a bunch of Shroobs that hold on to this giant bomb that looks really funny and used to be Anwanu's. Anwanu used to have this little goofy gif of it on his layout. Yeah, if they throw this at us, it's bad news. So I'm actually going to start off with a copy flower on the middle one, and then that'll hit the one in the back. This is even before I use red peppers because Mario's speed is high enough, but not Luigi's. Otherwise, I'd have to sit through an extra attack. This copy flower can really throw me off because I need to kill two of them, and when one of them is dead, there's going to be a missed beat. So this attack is very rhythm-based. Okay, I didn't mess up. Oh, I think I messed up anyway. Oh, I was like 10 away. Okay. Okay, that's actually that works. It's not the best thing that could have happened, but yeah, one of them's not strong enough to hold it up, so we want the one in the front. So alrighty. That was faster than I was expecting. Sorry, Snoion, you're gonna have one less one-up super. I've not seen him do that attack in a very long time, so it caught me off guard.
It's actually a faster attack to get. He can give you a really long attack we're probably going to see next.
Worst part is he attacked Mario, who has no armor. Luigi, if he had attacked Luigi, it would have been fine. So he has 900 HP on this version. 2 good copy flowers should take care of him. Dang. Okay, so about half. I just need to get one of equal value. Come on, I need adults here. especially Mario. Nice. If that fight goes on too much longer, he brings back the big bomb again, so I don't want that to happen.
That fight is really hard to one cycle with like one coffee flower because it's like you have to do a ridiculous amount of hits.
Yeah, it's something like 90, and after 65, it just becomes extremely difficult. Snoion, what's your record though?
175.
Yeah, just if you want to see something really exciting after this run, I mean, obviously there's still the marathon left, but in the intermission, go to Snoion's channel and look for clips of the 175 hit copy flower. It is, it just blows my mind.
Hopefully we'll see at least 100 plus hit at some point.
Hopefully.
Yeah, this game is actually routed around being able to consistently do 50 plus, which is something I think runners of a decent skill level should be able to consistently do.
Even I can do that.
Yeah. But if you can do more, it's even crazier. So this is the Cobalt Star. It can talk to us now that we're at Star Hill and tells us that it is sort of the repel to Princess Shroob, but unfortunately it was shattered by Princess Shroob, so it needs to reform to gain enough power. So we need to head over to Star Shrine to find the last shard that we need. Of course, baby Luigi is not liking it.
Yeah, this category is pretty beginner friendly. Aside from a few hard glitches.
Yeah, there's a lot more overworld-like glitching that kind of is made up for, like difficult overworld glitches that is kind of made up for by an easier final boss. The final boss in any percent is just nuts. Super nuts. I'm actually genuinely sad they removed the nut item instead of it replaced it with mushroom drop. I don't know why they did that. It just sounded funnier to me. Alright, so here is the Star Gate. And he has a face. Smiley face. He actually interrupts Mario. It's kind of funny. So he says he is testing our resolve and our spirit to see if we are worthy to go to Star Shrine.
This is probably the most comedic character in the game.
Not Luigi?
And he says that Mario is completely pure of heart, and the only thing he needs to work on is he needs to lay off the pasta carbonara. Luigi, on the other hand, he doesn't quite get as good of a vibe. It's like, you, good luck out there.
You're Luigi, folks.
So Luigi is deemed generally unworthy to proceed. So we can't go without him, of course. So he tells us to find the Aurora Block and strike it. Which the Aurora Block is at the very end here. So we're going to leave the babies here and then just roll.
Okay.
Good old Limp Bizkit.
Conveniently, all you gotta do is go fetch a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Shoutouts to Piranha Planet.
It's like my favorite pun in the game.
I hate those guys my first playthrough though.
Their attacks are really annoying. Alright, so I'm going to try the swag strat here. I mean, some people argue that swag strats are the ones that don't save time, but this one has that, and it saves a little bit of time here. So we're going to go up here, and we need to hit the fan to propel the Aurora Block to the top screen. Grab 2 just in case. Aw,
so close.
okay. Wow. My timing is way off.
Get another shot.
Okay, so I can't get it because I accidentally tapped up. Okay. Okay, there we go. It's pretty hard to hit it on the way up. Also, if you have to move towards the fan, you can't regain control of the babies on the top screen. So this block is deliberately set just high enough that adult Luigi cannot hit it. So we need to knock it back to the center of the area, back to the Stargate specifically. Once again, the cutscene that will ensue when we get there will cause all 4 of them to reunite, so I can just leave the babies there. Of course, the block does not want to let Luigi hit it. So the gate says that he is being insincere with himself and is sickening him, and he's asked, who is the one responsible for helping you? He gives you 3 options, himself, Mario, and the babies. And then he's like, no, the secret answer was option 4, everyone. Luigi just cannot win. And he's just, this gate is just appalled with Luigi for being selfish. And everyone comes and sticks up for him. So the door is quite moved, and said that he was just there to test them. And so the block shows the size of one's true heart. So here's the true size of Luigi's heart. Now we have adult Pancake.
Luigi.
Alrighty. So now he splits himself. I don't know how that works, and we can proceed.
This next area is where we're going to do one of the best glitches in the game in a lot of people's opinions.
Yeah, so there's a really annoying section here. It's fun and chill, and I don't mind it too much, but it's time-consuming. And there can be enemy encounters here, where we have to hit these switches to create a star, and you have to kind of rotate around the entire star here twice. Just going this way to avoid encounters.
The only difference between European and Japanese is that screen right there, the enemies are switched around. That's literally the only difference between the 2 versions, besides the title screen.
And language.
Yeah, and language too, I mean.
So
Yeah, but that's a
Moon
small
rooms.
we're
detail.
going to do adult top screen storage again by getting the adults into this dark room up here. And it's a kind of precise jump. Nice.
Second try, that is actually amazing.
And now we'll have the adults leave the exit of the dark room while the babies are on this screen. We kind of skip all the dark room using the spin.
Yeah, I need to be very careful not to hit the spikes, because that soft locks the game, and that is why I saved. I pressed the wrong I didn't press R to switch and accidentally rolled. Okay. Thankfully, I actually had a backup save on there anyway, because we're going to do that again, this screen again as part of the glitch exhibition. Okay, let's try that again. I got a second try there, which is really good.
So the goal of this glitch is to, the loading zone to the next area exists already. So we have to get out of bounds on the top, top room. And
Jump here is really tight.
nice. Now switch to babies, and then leave the
Oh, wait, that was my bad. I messed up.
Just leave the babies there. Bring the adults back.
Yeah. Alright. Sorry about that.
More time with his music.
Yeah, I mean, gotta do it for the fans. I'm sorry, Spike. I know what you wanted. Okay. For a third time. Charm. Okay. So you can't enter these in ball form, but you can exit, or you can't enter them unless you're in ball form, but you can exit them in, or you can exit them in regular form. So that was what was kind of throwing me off
Now we're
there.
going to store this top screen and exit it while the babies are on the top area.
Yeah, and there's a reason I also set them specifically there. So I'm going to hold right and then go out of bounds, and then now the adults are set on a higher vertical axis, so I need to carefully drop down and then bring the babies off screen, and then the loading zone is around here.
Yeah,
So there we
nice.
go. First try. All right. So here's the 4th Cobalt Star Shard, conveniently right in front of us. Ba-ba-da-da-ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Incoming. So Toadbird here is here to remind us that he just so happens to have the 5th Cobalt Star Shard on him. However, he will not give it to us because you can't defeat the Shroobs with the Cobalt Star, he says. And he seems to panic as soon as you reveal that you've almost completed it. And run away. Alright. We got time for a quick donation.
Sure, I have $10 from MS Tang. My favorite game is the Stanley Para Ball.
Nice.
Thank you, audience.
So real quick here, I'm going to do something called Ball Hop. It does nothing, but it looks hilarious. Shout outs to the Dream Team.
There's a really difficult strat you can do here by jumping in and out of the cracks on the wall. It's really precise. It saves like a few seconds.
Yeah, so once I get to this gate, I'm going to switch over to the adults while I wait for the babies to reach normal size.
Those air gusts always look funny on 30 FPS streams, as it just looks like a solid wall or there's nothing there.
Yeah. Same with like pretty much any flickering effect in this game. Alright, so now we're going to go up and fight the next boss. Come on, Luigi. Clipping around corners is awkward. Like, corners in this game will just sometimes trap Luigi, and there's not really much you can do about it. Alright. So, the developers in this game realized, oh hey, the DS has some touchscreen function. We should put that in here. So they shoehorn in, like, this weird little use of it.
Here, I don't have a stylus, so it's probably
I-
better to use the edge of this.
Sure.
That's what I did.
It's cool. It's cool. We're fine. Yeah, so I just need to clear off one small section of the bottom right corner, which I'll just use my finger, actually.
Finger's hard to actually get into the crack on the 3DS.
So, there's a second princess there, which is really bizarre. And before Toadbird says anything, in comes another Deus Ex Machina of the opposite kind to shoot lightning. Anyway, so this is just a Spiky Boy version of the first the first quote-unquote boss, more like a tutorial enemy. And this is Elder Shrooboid. So first I'm going to use red peppers. And then I'm going to use red shells. I can use Ice Flower. He is weak to Ice Flower, but the defense down chance is really low, and this has higher DPS anyway. Ah, it's just a couple frames off.
And the green shell is capped, but the red one can go on forever.
Is the red one forever, or
Yes.
I thought it was at 100?
It's forever.
Okay. So if you hit this guy on the ground, he's gonna face plant. So I want to do that this turn and get some good damage off with this as well. And then finish him with Copy Flower. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna slam himself into the ground, and now I can hit him.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the North American version, he doesn't do counterattacks.
Yeah. There are some versions that the Japanese, or some version differences that the Japanese version actually makes fights harder
Yeah, this
to
boss
compensate for their lack of health.
has a lot of differences. I forget all of them. The second form is also a bit different. And also the HP is a big difference as well.
Yeah.
I also do stupid amounts of damage to this guy, so I don't need a lot of copy flowers to do well. Also, now he's really big, but he actually has less HP on this phase. Okay, I need to be careful here. Oh, yeah. So that's a product of Luigi's, Baby Luigi's 10-frame delay. Sometimes I think I can hit I can hit with hammer and it doesn't work.
But thankfully we got the Star Powder, so Luigi didn't die.
All right, let's finish him. Oh no.
It's not just plenty.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably red shell if you wanted to be risky.
But this might work as well.
This will probably be the fastest.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Oh. Debated. I knew that would happen. Okay. Kind of unlucky that he dropped an ultra drop for me. So now we're going to hit level 15, which is pretty much all the levels we need for the final boss.
Any percent goes in 11, 12.
And it actually takes a grind to get up to there.
But normally I think maybe around level 25 is where you're supposed to put the boss, maybe 30. It's not really clear. But
I think my first playthrough was low 30s.
Yeah, and it still takes an era if you're not, like, really used to the bros attacks of the game. Alright. So.
I'm just going to jump in at the end here to say we have a $1,000 donation
Nice.
from JDW with no comment. And with that, we have officially cleared $125,000.
Yo,
raised for Marathon.
nice. Let's keep it going. Let's hit 150. Thank you all so much for your generous donations. So that's going to pretty much be it for me for the rest of the run. I'll be doing part of the glitch exhibition. This door just opens here. But we're going to go off to the sewers here. And since you all so generously donated for this cutscene, we're going to take a small detour to show off something. It was kind of meant to be a bit of an Easter egg, a bit of a little secret shop here with the character from the previous game who was sort of the fan favorite. I wonder what that's all about. The pipe is a lot bigger on the inside than it is on the outside if you can jump like that. Alright, so we'll just let the text stay on screen just long enough to read. His metaphors are so good. Hey, there's a sequel hook. I hurt your faces. Alrighty, that's it for the cutscene.
Oh no.
So you can trade beans that you find underground to him for some really nice stuff, but the cutscene that plays before him is probably the best in the entire game. So thank you all so much for donating for that.
Oh,
Also
who's
because
that?
also because we never actually came to the sewers, that cutscene plays out of order.
It's funny how he says red and green makes him angry, but his shop has a bunch of red and green in it.
I think it's to remind him of his fury and his revenge plan.
Makes him
Which-
furious.
Oh.
Some furious bean trading.
So I'm going to make a really quick shop detour, and we're actually not going to talk to EGAD because we found out that you can actually skip the EGAD cutscene, even though it's a little bit slower. So we're definitely going to show that off.
It might be faster for a task. I'll have to time it at some point.
Yeah, so here he's just gonna sell.
Yeah, I'm going to sell the extra ultra drop that we got.
Actually, I think you can just make do with it instead of having to get a one-up shroom. It does help at some parts.
2 should be fine. I'm going to grab an extra one.
Okay. Are you gonna grab the one in the castle, or are you gonna grab the one at the top of the castle? Ooh, going risky here.
Yeah. Oh no. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna do another ledge clip. This is actually like the hardest ledge clip in the game because you can't set it up. And we have to do it twice.
Yeah, this is a glitch we found like yesterday or something.
So it's pretty new.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it saves time. Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So yeah, it's like really weird and awkward.
So this would just skip a cutscene, basically.
A pretty short one.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky, but we'll get it eventually.
The fact you got it first try was actually pretty impressive.
Okay. And so our goal here is to get behind the toads that are blocking the way, normally until you talk to Egad. The loading zone's still there. And so we need to do a ball clip through this wall.
Oh, whoops. That's okay. Go down. That's fine.
I'll just have to wait.
But we did it. May not look that impressive. It's actually really difficult to do. But yeah,
There we go. Nice.
We don't need to talk to these scrubs anymore.
So yeah, luckily there's another 1-up DX right here.
Or 1-up super in the localized version.
We're used to playing on the Japanese version. So yeah, we're heading on to the final dungeon of the game, so
And this place is super broken.
it should go by really fast.
So it would actually be faster if for some reason we could do gate skip here, but this cutscene has to play.
Yeah, if there's some way to fight all the bosses without actually getting all the star shards, then we could skip this cutscene and do gate skip instead.
All right. So you'll remember earlier I mentioned the forbidden secret skill the game doesn't let you know about. So we have spin, we have ball, we have baby spin, and we have baby cakes. So what do you get when you combine all of this is baby cake spin, which is not something I think the developers ever intended you to do. But it allows us to skip this dark room you're supposed to go through to get to this switch here. So what you have to do is flatten the babies and then wait till they're just about to reach normal size. And then you spin and then they'll jump, and then you'll stack the jump height with the spin height. He does have to depend on an audio cue for that, but getting that first try is really good because every failed attempt is 12 seconds lost. That dark room goes on for like 55 seconds in the tasks. Like, it takes a while.
Yeah, you have to actually do it in 80%, and it's quite frustrating.
Yeah, because you don't have those abilities in 8%.
Trying to carefully dodge these Shroombas here.
Yeah, and this is also where you do some grinding in 80%. Grind from level 8 to 12, I think, maybe 9 to 12.
And like Pokemon, we do have RNG manipulation, but we sadly don't see that in all bosses.
Just loading this room so he doesn't accidentally get into this encounter here because it resets the enemy position by going into this room. We're going to take a brief detour to grab an item called Space Trousers, but we really like to call it by its Japanese name, which is Space Pants. It just sounds so much better. I actually have an emote for this because I forgot to equip the Space Pants once and it ruined my run. So there is a really fast method through this dungeon, but we're going to show off the any % method of doing this dungeon because it is kind of cooler looking. So we're going to do a ball clip right by this loading zone, and then go out of bounds here, take the babies, and then, yeah, the babies are going to come up this way. So here he's going to take the time to equip the Space Trousers. Space Trousers are better than Muscle Slacks by +10. There's also something called Supreme Slacks, which is which you can RNG manipulate, and those raise HP by like 150, and then all stats by 30, and then like defense by 150. So this is just a kind of cooler way to go about the final dungeon rather than just use Baby Cake Spin again, which is the fastest way to get through.
Yeah, but we want to show different methods.
Yeah, shoutouts to Really Tall for finding that method. It's not used in all bosses, but it is used in any %.
Yeah, it wouldn't really be possible to get through this dungeon without that in any %.
Yeah, there used to be a skip here, which was definitely not a glitch, and more entirely the programmers didn't set things apart very well, where you could spin the babies on the leftmost pixel of a pipe to get them up to the railing. And that was one of the few strats found in any %. So really no category has to do this final dungeon, like legit, which is great because there's a lot of really annoying and time-consuming sections in this dungeon that nobody really cares for.
And The enemies in this castle are the only ones that can give you an unavoidable attack. The Shroob Rexes.
Yeah, that's entirely based on if they're faster than you, and if they are, just why Nintendo?
Oh yeah, we're just taking out of bounds right here. Nothing
Yeah.
to see.
Yeah, so this will allow us to go over here, taking a careful roll into the wall there. And so by doing that combination of glitches, we've reached the pipe that takes us to the very, very end of the dungeon. So we've skipped a long mini game, we've skipped the sewer section, which we actually go through backwards in any percent to get useful items. But now we are at the end game.
Lots of stair jumps here.
It's a little faster than ball. So we're doing pretty good on time. It's gonna be really close though.
Yeah. I mean, with the Fawful trick and some of the glitches showing off, it probably would cost us about 5 minutes.
Yeah, 2-player 1 controller was probably the biggest.
That cost us 2 minutes, so. We got out of that at like 31 or 33 something, and Snoion's record is like 31:30 or something. So the Cobalt Star is trying to complete itself as there's one last piece, which is the center.
Do we have a few minutes while these cutscenes are playing?
Certainly.
Sure. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to remind people we do have a few prizes associated with this run. If you donate during this run of at least $5, you have a chance of getting a Mario and Luigi hat set, a wall clock, or wallet. If you donate $10, you have a chance at a figurine set. I also want to take the opportunity to remind people that we have some donation incentives still open, such as the Wonder Shot finish on Lava's Core for Chrono Trigger, which is currently sitting at $8,090 out of $10,000. So if you want to see that happen, be sure to get your donations in by the end of the next run. We also have two relatively recently introduced donation incentives for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix HD. Those are to fight all absent Shiloettes, set at $10,000, of which we currently have 210. And Sing the Atlantica songs set at $5,000, of which we currently have $71. So if you want to see those, be sure to get your money in. And we have $20, speaking of donation incentives, from Anonymous, saying, Wonder Shot, Wonder Shot.
Wonder Shot.
We have $10 from Oasis, as promised. 125K gets $10. Everyone else still has time to join me in donating $25 at 150K and $50 at 200K. Who wants to? Money goes to the runner's choice. And we have $50 from Shin Detsuku. Sing those songs.
So what's happening here is Peach says that she has the last piece of the Cobalt Star, but refuses to let us finish it for a reason that she's about to explain, and then we get attacked yet again. It's kind of become a recurring trend at this part. So we need to go stop the mothership from destroying this with all of us in it. Thankfully, the top of the statue is a secret backup ship, and we're going to go and access that. And in it, we get this really annoying minigame where you need to use Baby Mario, Baby Luigi, and Luigi's jumps to adjust your height and trajectory. And then Mario shoots a shot. And we need to hit 4 shots where we hit a ship into the mothership before 4 of the ships that she deploys hit us. It's usually a pretty simple minigame, but this can go wrong sometimes.
Luckily, we skipped the tutorial by actually going through the castle in the wrong order.
So, troll.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So the best thing to do is to always be one full charge up, because she tends to be in a really easy position, a really good position to get hit. Yeah.
Nice. I'm not gonna follow her up. Yeah, she'll come back down. Hopefully she's at the bottom. Good.
Nice.
That's pretty good.
Well done.
It's another big part of RNG. But it's not usually a problem. So now we are on to the final bosses.
Yeah. There is actually one last enemy after what we call the final boss, but that enemy is practically a formality, so we're just going to take this, treat this as the final boss. Go ahead and hit a save here. It would be a big time loss if we don't, but, you know, just play it safe.
In true Mario and Luigi RPG fashion, the final boss is rather difficult.
Yeah, so thankfully because we have things like the
Oh yeah.
space pants, we have a bit of wiggle room, and we're also 3 levels higher than we would be in any percent. So the strats for dealing with all the phases are pretty consistent, but if you get hit and lose a bro, then all bets are off as to what's going to happen.
So I'm gonna have to focus pretty hard on these coffee flowers. So
Yeah.
Mario.
this is the most times you'll see coffee flowers in the game.
Did you want us to mute the headset here, or would you just wait till final phase?
Probably the first phase. That's
Okay.
fine for here.
Okay, so there's three fights here. The first of which is taking Princess Shroob out here. Destroy.
Let's go. Off to the ducky.
So this first part she's going to call a shield, and the shield, well, you can see it flickering. You need to hit it 15 times for it to break.
In any percent, we would still have the dire pow badge at this point, so we could not take a hit. Luckily, in all bosses, we have a few spare hits.
So she'll do a feint there sometimes, and the cue for that is whether or not she laughs. Doesn't matter if you nail the command on that last one either.
This form has 1700 HP on this version.
Yeah, and
The
we
US, I think it's 3000.
yeah, and we really want to only do 850 on this next turn here, or less, because we get her below that, her next turn that she takes, she's going to do several attacks.
If we get a good coffee flower, it does not matter at all.
My goodness.
90 something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's enough to guarantee a one-turn kill, which is something I've never been able to do.
Okay.
Nice. That is superb. I was kind of worried there. I thought, like, I've had it happen actually where the game faded out after a fight and nothing happened. I was like, oh no, it's not soft locking, is it? Okay, we're good. So Peach has the last shard, and she will not give it to us because there's something that nobody seems to ever properly explain to us until the absolute worst thing happens.
Oh yeah.
So Bowser, being the little squirt that he is, wants to take this treasure for himself.
Bowser X Machina.
And Princess Shroob here reveals the truth behind the Toadvert's drawing, which is that there actually were 2 Princess Shroobs. And the first one, which Princess Peach saw, was sealed through the Cobalt Star and shattered into pieces. And now that it's completed, she can return and turn Bowser into a mushroom. Missed our opportunity for Smash 8, though.
I won't. We're using the meme.
So the Cobalt Star that spoke to us at Star Shrine was not actually a good guy. It was the older Princess Shroob, which we refer to in the community as EPS, Elder Princess Shroob, which is what her listing as. She's also quite the looker. I tell you, this face gave me nightmares, and it's not helped by the fact that this fight takes an age on the North American version, especially if you're a kid and not super used to this game. So this fight, Elder Princess Shroob has 2 phases. The second of which is much more complicated than this one. Peach is going to help us out here, or so she says. And we want to take care of those ships, because if there's too many up there, she'll do multiple attacks. Unfortunately, this is a time-consuming attack. And you really need to look at which hand she uses, and kind of get an audio cue for it. Sure, why not? Peach is going to heal us anyway, so... As she always does at any percent, and ruins the room.
It's 1800 HP here.
Also worth noting, you don't do as much damage on this phase.
Yeah, she has more defense. She actually has less defense in the US version. So you do more damage.
I was waiting for the whole run for that.
Ah.
Raw. So here she'll also do a feint sometimes, and that's determined by whether or not her jaw is like dropped, or if her mouth is just closed. Okay, so this attack's pretty decent because you can do a lot of counterattack damage here. Especially if targets Mario, it's really easy. So yeah, you do like almost 300 damage on a single counterattack there. So she should die this turn.
Hopefully. That threw me off. There were like 3 luckies in a row.
I think she has 35 left.
Nice. They should kill them.
Yep.
Nice. All right, so we're going to ask for this last phase that we cut Snoion's audio other than the game audio, so our mics and everything for this last phase, because this fight's really tricky.
Let's go.
So every one of her body parts has an attack. That's I believe the crown counts, the face, the tentacles on the side, and then the feet. And she immediately does an attack at the start of this fight. Thankfully, we have a bonus turn to buff up with red peppers here, and then she's going to do an attack again. So now we're going to use the red shell to hopefully kill the feet in one go.
in order to damage the main head, you need to first kill the crown, but the crown can't be damaged until you kill the foot.
Alright, so now we're going to use mixed flowers for the first time. Snoion with his patented mashing strats. He only really needs to get it to about a great, so he doesn't need to keep mashing over and over again after a certain part. As the damage kind of caps in terms of, like, it gives you diminishing returns. So now this next mixed flower should kill the crown as well as the 4 tentacles on the side and then make the fight considerably easier. Oh no. Oh no.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's really rare she gives you that attack there, and it's infinitely harder to dodge in that instance.
Don't worry, this is fine. Don't give it to me again. Okay, good.
Yeah, this one's a lot easier. So the crown only has 200, thankfully. But the face has 2,000. Alright, that should be enough.
Okay.
Okay.
And now we can actually deal some damage. Yeah.
Oh.
Ah.
These counterattacks will do a good amount of damage as well.
This gets a little tricky because of her enhanced elevation because of the feet. So right now it's really not faster to waste a turn using red peppers. We need damage.
That's fine. Don't worry.
Should have 5 and 5 left.
So we're gonna get the 3-leg spin. If we die, that's okay too. Trust me.
That's a gut wrencher.
So we're going for it.
You got this. Yes.
Yeah.
Good job, dude.
Going to clutch it out.
Good job, dude. Don't leave me hanging. Yeah. That is an incredibly tense fight. So many things can go wrong. Like, there is a decently fast way to do it, but as soon as one thing goes wrong, mistakes just like snowball out of control sometimes. So there is one more fight and a fairly lengthy cutscene left for the run. So you can go ahead and fire off some donations while we're watching all this.
Sure thing. I'll start off with a $100 anonymous donation with no comment. I have another $50 anonymous donation, which says, "We're hugging Marla. Not on my watch." I've got $75 from a new dad. "I always used to love Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, but now that I have an infant of my own, I realize how realistic it is. Currently working on training her to fight, spin jump, and flatten her body to fly with the fan."
Nice. So it turns out, like, for whatever silly reason, the cure to the mushroom, like the Shroobs, like they're weak to the chemical compound found in the tears of babies. So Egad somehow rustled up an ocean worth of babies' tears, and he's flooding the past with it to cure it. He actually says it's a comparable solution, but I like to think he just has like a huge, just like, you know, horde of babies just crying nonstop, and it's just like farmed.
I have $20 from Warren Queenie, which says, "Thanks to everyone for an amazing week. Donation is going to Team Luca." I have $100 from Rayman2029. "Mad props to all the streamers for coming together to showcase their hard work for such a noble cause. Looking forward to the last few runs." I have a $300 donation from HitRollDB with no comment. And I have a $100 donation from GhostOut92. "All hail LF ROG."
So now the time machine has been repaired and we can return at last. I think by the looks of it, we'll be just a couple minutes over estimate.
Sorry, Spike.
It just wouldn't be the marathon this year without overestimate.
It's okay, we can just travel back in time and not have, and do it better.
All right, but so while there's one last cutscene, I want to take just kind of the time to give a few shout-outs. Like, huge shout-outs to the Partners in Time community. We're very small. I know that a major Let's Player by the name of Chugga Conroy actually mentioned, like, last year, apparently the world record in this game is free because nobody speedruns the game. Actually, at the time he looked at it was back when the only times on leaderboard were me and Anwanu and Rovin, who had a 6-hour time at the time. But since then, it's grown to about 7 runners, and there's several people who've been involved in glitch hunting. So shoutouts to Really Tall and Solidified Gaming, who found a lot of the glitches in the run. Shoutouts to the Beastly N64, who found Toad Town early the same day we found Gate Skip, which we can't even use Toad Town early, but the fact that we know it's doable is just, you know, really cool in and of itself. The other runners of the game, Sir Rovin, Dosturf, Yoshizilla back there actually recently picked the game up. It's been a heck of a couple of 2 years. It's been a heck of a 2-year span of just development of this game. When I submitted last year, it was almost 5 hours. When Snoion submitted any %, it was under 3. So, like, just a ton has happened in the last couple of years, and there's a lot of people to just really thank for putting this game all together.
So the real final boss.
Yeah. Please don't pull an Anwanu here. Like, that would probably be the most heartbreaking thing ever. So, Anwanu actually did a run of this game for the Limit Break community marathon that was done back in 2016. And on this fight, he went down to like 1 HP on one of the babies and almost died, but finished in style. So this is Shrouzer. Princess Shroob, in one last-ditch effort, called herself to Bowser, who consumed her, and now he has her power inside of him. And this fight, there are no attacks, only counterattacks. I would love to do like a 2-player co-op thing for this, but it really wouldn't make sense. Because I would have to do like some sort of really janky thing with the DS. But anyways, yeah.
Best song in the game yet again.
Also, I think like every game in this series, you fight something inside Bowser. You fight Cackletta Soul inside Bowser. You fight Darfawful inside Bowser. You fight Elder Princess Shroob Soul in Bowser. It's like, I think you fight something in Bowser's dream at some point.
Fight the Dreamstone inside Bowser, essentially. And Paper Bowser inside normal Bowser. Maybe.
It's the opposite. I don't know.
Opposite
We're
way, I
stretching.
guess.
Yeah. It's okay, they're made of paper.
Year of Luigi.
It's okay. We've been bullying Luigi all run. He's right.
I tried this flight blindfolded and considered submitting that as an incentive. However, the problem is the timing is different depending on target, and certain things are just too random to account for. 2 of her 3 attacks are pretty easy to account for, but it's this raining fireball attack that's just impossible.
It's also just really long. So
Yeah.
it's hard to know when it's coming.
Yeah. The visual cue on who she's going to attack is on the top screen, too. Which I didn't notice the first time I did this.
There are actually 3 visual cues for this one. The first of which is the shadows that you see underneath them. The second of which is where they're positioned. All right.
Year of Luigi.
Yeah, so we're all done. She has 20 HP. Time is going to be on the when the final text box closes, so that is
Like 2 minutes from now.
2:13 from this fight's fade out. So this is going to be a 4:03:25. And again, huge thank you to the RPG Limit Break staff for taking this run. I put a lot of work into it. Snoion has put hundreds of hours into this game working on it. It was really great to show it off, a lot of the parts of the run that we love. We still have a glitch exhibition coming up, so stay tuned afterwards, as well as there's still 2 great runs left. I wanted to give a huge thank you to my to our commentators back here, Migu and Alta Biscuit. You know, it's fantastic having you guys here.
Shout out to Migu for getting the clip first try.
Oh yeah. So if I can give one plug, watch the tasks. Yeah. You got 2 hours.
Yeah, there's a tool-assisted speedrun of this game, 1 hour 52 minutes or so.
It's very different from this run. Even from the 80% run, it's super different.
Bye bye. What do you have the order of what we're doing for this, right?
Yeah.
We are a little pressed for time here. Don't need. This one's mine. Okay.
So I'll do the Star Shine one right after this. and
All
you-
right.
You can do the next 2.
Okay. So Luigi offers his final Yoshi's cookie because he picks up 4 to Baby Luigi, and Baby Luigi offers his hammer. One final jab at Luigi.
Terrible! So that's it. No more inputs.
Okay. I guess I called the timing wrong. Okay, so the text time's gonna be when the baby's thank you disappears, and time. Okay. Had to prove me wrong. Alrighty, so this game This game has a credit sequence of about 3 minutes. It's a great credits. It's great credit music. Shows a lot of these little
Look it
cool
up
little
on YouTube.
pictures. But yeah, look it up on YouTube because we got a glitch exhibition we're going to be showing you as well. Alrighty. So somebody asked earlier about Pixel Vomit.
Yes.
You get something kind of along those lines here. So this is Star Shrine, and it's going to involve something really awkward that happens when you have all 4 characters on the top screen when they're really never supposed to be that way.
Nice.
So you got to get the babies in and then roll on top of them and then roll back out and then do the jump again. For whatever reason, this jump is like harder the second time, and I don't know why. Nice. Should have had you on this part. All right, so switch to the babies and have them hit the spikes, and weird things start happening. Yeah. This isn't even my final form.
Alright, so we're switching carts, right?
Yes.
Got double Luigi in this game too.
Okay.
So yeah, this is your cart. And you just sit on the side.
Spooky.
It's like kind of hard to slip the cartridge out on a modded 3DS capture. Okay, there we go.
You might have to unplug it a few times because it's like really weird. Yeah.
There we go. So this is on one of our Japanese cartridges of the game. So here you see the faster title screen. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to demonstrate Kamek Skip, which just involves top screen storage yet again. Thankfully, I've already opened this gate here. Okay. Alright, so now the babies are going to be out of bounds and the top screen here. And this is actually used in the any % run, but you can just walk around the seam of this here and just skip the boss trigger entirely just by holding down right at that part. So there's Kamek Skip. And then the next one, I wanna have a volunteer. Alta, would you? I saw Kirby raise his hand. Kirby, you can come up here. All right. So. So here's what I want you to do.
Only the most game-breaking glitch.
Oh yeah, you did.
Nice. So you know exactly how to do this. Okay. Yes, go for it. So you can access the warp hole to the final dungeon at any time, but you can't enter it, or you're not supposed to. So go ahead and just toss the babies to the side. Go up to the top right corner. Just tap right, left, and go into ball form, and then just hold up. Okay, so
Tap a little less.
yeah, just you have to like poke the left button on the D-pad, just like that. Up.
Yeah. Yes.
So this is the palace skip equivalent in this game, and it's so easy that, like, to give you an idea, Solidified Gaming called up his girlfriend in the middle of the night when he found it to vent about how just easy that clip was, considering like everything else in this game involves a really just elaborate setup. I just think that's like, of all the ways to do that, what should be like a really hard trick in a place you have like nothing to work with, it's just that easy.
Oh, we're doing the US card.
Okay, US cart next. So there's also some region-exclusive glitches. Going to show off Void Warp here, or
No,
is it?
no.
No, Void Warp's going to be the Korean version. Yes, there is a Korean version for this game, and it is the weirdest version of the bunch because it's like, it's got some aspects of the United States version, but it has the boss health of the European and Japanese versions.
Is this the 1.0 or 1.1 version?
Oh, this is the 1.0.
Okay.
There we go. You want to take this one?
Sure. So we're not doing anything region exclusive. I can show you what happens if you enter the cutscene after doing Kamek Skip and you come back to Yoshi's Island. So something interesting happens.
I'll show something else too quickly.
Okay.
I think. Shouldn't take too long at least.
Is it on this cart?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's in the same file. So I'm going to show off what happens if you do Kamek Skip again after doing Kamek Skip. Let's see. I think the babies are near the spring already. Yeah.
This is your cart, right, Migu?
No, this is mine.
no,
Oh, okay.
that's yours.
Okay.
So you can see the U version
if I
has
can
the
do this.
spring over a little more.
Yeah.
So they're just dumb region differences.
Well, I guess I can't spring flip. There we go. Yeah, alright. So, if you exit this hole, the one on the left, you're soft lock, but I'm gonna go to the one on the right. And now,
I like how he's still asleep, too.
this cutscene is pretty glitched. The normal music is playing, and the action commands are messed up. I don't think the health and coin count's supposed to be on screen. Those actually works just fine. Kind of.
We're completely on the wrong screen, and we've already completed this dungeon, so.
And now, we're out of bounds. There's one more thing I want to show. So if I put the babies over here, and then go back.
The
Yeah,
adults are in
back.
the
So
eyes.
where are the adults? If I switch back to the adults. They're in the same
Yeah,
place.
so it's treated as like a separate room you see
Yeah,
there.
you can see there's two separate rooms, which is why we can't really skip rescue Yoshis. All right, I can't stop some of this. All right, next one.
Do you want to do a light skip?
Oh yeah,
All right, so we have a different cart for that. I don't think there's anything else on this cart that we can show off. Yeah. Okay, good.
Which one do you need?
The other,
1.1.
the other US cart.
Okay. Guess these are yours and these are mine.
This is the right one.
Yeah, it's yours.
By the way, while we're waiting, I want to give one last quick shout out to Snoion for agreeing to submit this with me. Couldn't have done this as well without you. Came all the way from Newfoundland, Canada, to be here with us. So, huge shout outs. It's been a long flight, so.
Have one tonight too.
Yeah, so I'm gonna show off the old skip in this area called light skip. And hopefully I can avoid these Shroobs. All right.
Yeah, these enemies have a ridiculous amount of speed.
And they appear in groups of like 4 or 5.
I have actually died against them in
Yeah.
a run back in old 90%.
So this trick isn't very hard, but since I'm bad, I'm probably gonna mess it up a couple times. Very nice. Okay. So that's basically just a spring clip, but since there's not enough room, you can't do it the normal way. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fall on the spikes over here while using the spring with the babies. And now let's see if this will work. All right. So now we can kind of do this. We gain control during the cutscene, and then what you could do is if you go all the way over here.
You can actually, I think infinitely stack height here, too.
There we
And
go.
just
we can
skip past that.
go to the end. So that was the old way we used to skip mothership. And then get the babies. There we go. I think there's one more glitch to show off.
Yes, the best glitch, arguably. We're on the Korean version this time.
Yes. So there is one last version to show off. Kind of cool we get to show off every version of the game, but other than like Australian, which is basically the same as European.
My 3DS does not like to pick up this cart, but
Yeah, thankfully the DS is a region-locked or a region-free console, so you can play. If you want to learn this game, by the way, you can pick up either Japanese or European versions cheaper than you can North American versions in a lot of places, and like we have resources to help you out. Just ask any of us. You know, join the Mario and Luigi Discord. It's on speedrun.com/ I want to say MLPIT. But you just look up Partners in Time. You know, there's always people willing to help out with learning this game.
so the reason that this version is so weird is this is supposed to be a U exclusive glitch, but this cart acts as if it's the European cart for whatever reason, and it actually works. So it's crazy.
Yeah, so we need to set up the babies to be standing on top of this time hole without actually triggering it, and then get on here and then spin into them in such a way that the adults can land on the warp zone, while the babies are going to slowly edge downwards towards the loading zone. And so that overrides the warp, and strange things happen. You can do this on the North American version. It's even weirder on this one. So every room you go to is basically all textures are deloaded, and there's just one solid color.
So I want to go to upstairs because it has definitely the best color background.
Yeah. By the way, Mario and Luigi are set, in separate areas, so you have to use a pipe there to get them back together.
I'm in a wall. There we go.
Still got a stair jump.
Yeah, so everything is there. It's just like textures are completely deloaded.
But yeah, the blood room in the game. Ooh. All right, so we're gonna do it again. I actually could have just kept that open, but doesn't matter. All right.
Also of note, you see the copyright of 2010. They didn't actually, because of the way games from Japan and game exchange in Japan and Korea was for a long time, this version didn't actually come out until 2010.
So I hope you enjoyed Partners in Time. This is going to be the last thing we show off. It's another Void Warp, but it acts a little different, so. It's a good one to end on, I think.
Yeah, sadly we don't have like a funny soft lock quite to end this on the way like Paper Mario does, or Superstar Saga, but
And there we go. Forever and ever.
yeah.
The time hole.
I mean, that's kind of a soft lock.
Yeah, you could kind of just barely see me move, me move around there.
So yeah, that's a hard log.
Oh, hey, hey, we did it anyway.
That's Partners in
Alrighty.
Time.
Thank you so much. So yeah, we're gonna taking enough of your time. Thank you all so much for watching. We're gonna send it over to the host and get set up on Chrono Trigger.
All right, thanks for watching. That was Mario and Luigi Partners in Time by Snoion and GhostKing. In just a few moments here, we're going to be cutting to commercials, and after that, we're going to have an interview with our representatives from NAMI. So take it away.
Hello, everybody, and I hope you're enjoying watching RPG Limit Break. We are just sending it over to an interview now, so please look forward to that.
To people living with mental health conditions and their family members. We do presentations to raise public awareness about things like stigma and signs and symptoms of mental illnesses so you can identify them in yourself or others. We also have a national helpline, takes 25,000 calls a year. We provide information and referrals so that people feel supported and know where to go when they need help. We do federal level advocacy, and then we also do advocacy at the state level through our state offices such as NAMI Utah, who are also supporting with this event.
Yeah, great. So I think there's a lot of supporters of the event and a lot of donations come in, and we're like super very, very grateful for everybody. So if we could talk a little bit about just kind of what the donation effort kind of goes towards.
Sure, absolutely. So donations to NAMI go to our generally supporting our efforts. So as I mentioned, our national helpline. At the national office of NAMI, we create and standardize the host of programs that are delivered by our local affiliates and state offices, such as NAMI Utah. So that's definitely something we'll be doing with these funds, updating those programs and making sure they're in plain language, they're understandable, they're accessible for people that need them. And again, we also do advocacy and then awareness building, such as our Cure Stigma campaign that we're doing throughout the month of May. May is Mental Health Month, as we know, and it's a great awareness opportunity to get our cause in front of many Americans who might not have heard about it.
Yeah, that's awesome. So this event, RPG Limit Break, takes place in Salt Lake City, Utah, and we are fortunate enough to work with the local chapter of NAMI Utah. If you could talk a little bit about what it is to kind of work with them year over year.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really great opportunity for the national office to coordinate with one of our state offices. We do this in several events, but RPG Limit Break is definitely one of the largest events where we're able to coordinate together. The state offices are responsible for doing that state level advocacy that I mentioned, as well as delivering a lot of those programs and presentations that we create and standardize at the national office. So this is a really wonderful opportunity to all get to work together.
Yeah, excellent. So, right, we're in our final stretches of the marathon. We're just at $127,000. It's huge.
Incredible.
Do you have any final words for everybody who's viewing through the end of the marathon?
I hope we can make it to 150. I'm pretty excited to see how things end up and really excited to watch Plexel do some Chrono Trigger. It's going to be great.
Great.
Yeah.
So thanks for talking with us.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to run through a few prizes that we have to the end of the marathon. So I may ask you to hold some of these.
Sure.
So first up, we have, these two that we're going to go through are through the end of the marathon. So if you donate $10 to the end of the marathon, you're entered to win a Super Nintendo Classic. And then also, all of these games, this is 40 for all of these, but it is Robo Trek, Mystic Quest, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, Harvest Moon, Super Nintendo. They're all Super Nintendo. And Illusion of Gaia. So all those are 40 to enter. And then finally, our next game is Chrono Trigger, and we have a whole bunch of cool Chrono Trigger stuff, which are all $5 to enter for any of these. So first we have this Bad Dudes Chronotorious. We also have this pretty cool, if you want to hold this.
Oh yeah, this is great.
This pretty cool poster, it's like a small poster. And then finally we have these really, really neat gate keychains, 2 of them. So they're a little hard to see, but they're super cool, kind of like Chrono Trigger styled. So yeah, definitely donate to enter for those. And yeah, I think with that, we're going to kick it off to Chrono Trigger. So thanks for watching, guys. And yeah, let's
Thanks a lot.
get into it.